All right, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. The January 7th, 2009 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We make this announcement at every meeting in the beginning that we have a state-of-the-art fire sprinkling system in this council chamber. So if alarms should activate, please leave by the closest exit. When you go outside, our marshals will tell you when it's safe to re-enter the building. There's no reason to believe that this will ever take place, but we do it as a matter of abundance of caution. So before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Linda Kelly, Mountain View Presbyterian Church, and please remain standing for the pledge. And I'm pleased to say that Pastor Kelly is the pastor of our soon-to-be newest member of the City Council, Mr. Steinman, and we welcome you here today.
Let us join our hearts in prayer. God of endless challenges and wondrous opportunities, we thank you for our city, our community, its people and its leaders, for our blessings and also our privileges. We give thanks for the men and women who sit on the City Council, both elected and appointed, and for the collective wisdom that resides in this very room. Grant these our leaders courage to act with integrity, knowledge to act with intelligence, and understanding of their depth and breadth of their responsibilities. Inspire them with a love of justice, truth, and goodness, that they may do deeds of greatness. Give them the resources and the foresight to see beyond a present state of economics, that they may provide the best services possible for those within our community, both now and in the future. May they have a vision of all that can be, and the will to make it happen. May they have the courage to act upon their convictions and the confidence at day's end to know that they have acted well. These things we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and we're going to start it off with the swearing in of our newest member of the City Council, Mr. David Steinman. We're delighted that his family and his friends are here to join him, and at this time I would ask Mr. Steinman and his wife and his daughter to please join us. And we're going to be using the family Bible here.
Yes, we are.
So if you'd be kind enough to please raise your right hand.
Raise the right.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, and that you will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, and further, that you're not under any direct or indirect obligation to vote for, appoint, or elect any person to any office, position, or employment in the city government of the City of Las Vegas, and further, that you will faithfully perform the duties of the office of Interim Councilman, Ward 4, in the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, on which you are about to enter, so help you God, and further that your bona fide address is shown herein, and you'll be immediately notify the City of Las Vegas of any changes of address during your term of office.
I will.
Very good. Congratulations, Dave. Great having you. Congratulations. Now, Councilman Steinman said he only needs 25 minutes to say some remarks, so it's all yours.
And he said I should go a little bit longer because we're not on time, so you can do anything you want. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, City Manager Selby, newly elected City Manager Betsy, and Deputy City Managers, directors, members of staff, friends who are here, and general members of the community. I'm honored today. I'm really honored. But I think back 30 years ago, this week, when I was sworn in as a city councilman in a little town in Ohio, Worthington, Ohio, just outside of Columbus. And so I think about that, and 30 years later, here we are in Las Vegas, a city that's 40 or 50 times larger than that little bird. But the idea of being a councilman there or here is the same, and I expect to fulfill that. So before I give the microphone back to you, Mayor, I'd like to acknowledge some people that are here. My friends and neighbors from Sun City right down here. Linda, I appreciate you coming down this morning. It means a lot to me. Of course, you've all met my wife, Madeline, my daughter, Christy, from Southern California. And while we're at it, in the miracle of the Internet, my daughter, Stacy, and two grandchildren, Jake and Sarah, and my daughter, Susan, and two grandchildren, Thomas and Emily, are watching on a stream today, and that's a miracle. They're back in Ohio, so we're very proud of that. Thank you very much for this honor, Mr. Mayor.
It's our honor. Thank you very much. Wait, ladies, we're going to have some pictures taken now. What happened? Okay. Councilman, let's take some pictures, okay? Very good. The new city council. Here. Here we go. Good. Thank you very much. The council? Very good. Here we go. Come on. Okay. Yes, can we have the podium, please? Bring it. Thanks a lot. I was advised by Councilwoman Tarkanian that our citizen of the month is ill. He's in the hospital right now, Mel Irwin, and we wish him the very, very best and hope for a speedy recovery, and we'll put this honor off as soon as he's well and he's able to come down here and we can enjoy that. The next item, we have some representatives from the American Heart Association here to make a special presentation. So I'd like to ask Jason Belland, Donna Smith, and Christine Morris, all of the American Heart Association, to come up here and join us, please. Welcome, folks. One of the city's top initiatives is the promotion of healthy lifestyles. Over the past few years, the city has created programming and activities such as the Mayor's Healthy Lifestyle Initiative to help residents get in shape and stay fit. The city also works to bring these programs to its employees with the hopes of reducing absenteeism, lowering turnover, increasing productivity, and job satisfaction. While this work has been recognized by many, our friends at the Heart Association are here to honor our efforts with a special award, so I'm going to turn it over to Jason, and he'll tell you more. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here today to present this special recognition to the City of Las Vegas. The American Heart Association is very proud to recognize the city for their outstanding accomplishments in providing a fit-friendly work environment for the City of Las Vegas employees. This past October, the American Heart Association recognized companies and cities throughout the United States for their work environment that's provided. And we're proud to say that the City of Las Vegas is one of 5 cities throughout the United States that received platinum recognition for the benefits provided to their employees. And in a special edition of Forbes magazine, the City of Las Vegas was actually listed as one of those fit-friendly companies in the platinum recognition. And I brought for the mayor today a special copy of the Forbes magazine piece that recognizes the City of Las Vegas in that recognition, and wanted to thank him as well as all of the council members for their special recognition of the employees and the heart-healthy habits that they promote to each of the employees at the City of Las Vegas. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for coming down. Really appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you very much. Thanks. And Bev, we should place this in a conspicuous place because it's a nice award. Thank you very much. Thanks a million. Sure. Thank you. Thanks for coming down. We appreciate it. Okay, for the next 2 items, we'd like to honor a local football team and one of its players. The Meadows School football team recently won the state 2A championship. The Mustangs beat the Lovelock Mustangs from Pershing County to take the title, winning by a score of 46-30. This is the first state title for the team since 2001. They were a very impressive 11-2 this season, and we're honored to have 7 players named to the 2A All-State team. First, I'd like the coaches to join us. Coach Frank DeSantis. Coach, come on up, please. And assistant coaches John Guidry, Gary Hannig, Tim Northington, Gary Ramist, C.J. Winch, and Paul Wood, and athletic trainer Kim Jacobs, and
Just me.
just you. Wait a second. You mean I've been talking to myself the whole time? Wow. And then a very special person in my life, the founder and president of the Meadows School, my wife, Carolyn. I'm going to call up the players, and when I call your name, please come up here. We'll start with Tommy Asan, Reno Aldebo, Taylor Beck, Tristan Beeson will not be here today, Austin Brown, Kenny Brown, Jay Doe, who's not present, Andrew Duddleston, Jordan Ebel, Yanni Vittel, Steve Gibson, Anthony Gord, Nate Gord, Garrett Gossi, Heath Gould, Mike Kenny, Pat Kenny, Amir Kalik, Alex Kolesko, Brett Leibowitz, Dylan Lee, Richard Lee, Adam Lerner, David Liu, Gerard Martinez, Richard Martinez, Tori Mays, Max Newman, Dylan Parr, Josh Ramist, Remington Ross, Archie Rufty, Andrew Sloan, who's not with us, Riley Snyder, and Mike Wallace. We're going to have certificates, which we're going to give to the coach. He'll be able to distribute to you when you get back to school. And we want to congratulate you on a job well done. And let's give all these great young athletes, scholars, a great round of applause. And, of course, this can't be done without the parents. Are any of the parents here today in support of their youngsters? If they please stand up, I'd appreciate that. Very good. Thank you. And now I'd like to hand the mic over to Coach DeSantis and ask him to say a few words. Coach.
Thank you so much, Council. This is a great honor to come down here, and I think it's an honor that the student athletes will remember the rest of their lives. But again, this is just an extension of what the Meadows is all about, academics, athletics, and arts, and these guys are very proud to be a part of.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Coach. And now, in order to maintain domestic tranquility, I'm going to ask my bride to say a few words.
Thank you, Councilman, Councilwoman, and my wonderful mayor.
Oh, that's it? That's the most unbelievable. Look at this. I got some brownie points and didn't have to hear her talk. This is great. Wonderful. So thank you, fellas. You go back to school. She'll lecture to you there, okay? Now, what we're going to do, we're going to go outside and we'll take a picture with everyone outside right after we're through, okay? Good, fellas. Have a seat, guys. Congratulations. Wait, I'd like Brett Leibowitz to stick around, as well as Coach DeSantis. Where's the coach? Oh, good. Okay. This is a pretty special occasion. Not only do we have the great youngsters who win the state title, but it's a special day as well for the city of Las Vegas and brings us a tremendous amount of pride that we're able to have this particular experience. So I'd like to ask Yvette Wilson from the Wendy's Corporation to join us as well. And what's the name of the little girl? Wendy. Okay, I've asked Brett to stay behind because I think it's only fitting to share some very exciting news about this young man. Brett was recently named as the Wendy's High School Heisman Award winner. This is a huge, huge honor. The program recognizes the nation's most esteemed high school senior men and women for excellence in academics, athletics, and community leadership. Each year, one young man and one young lady are chosen for this honor, and Brett was chosen from a pool of more than 34,000 applicants. He's ranked in the top 1% of his class. He's a national AP scholar. He plays both on the basketball and football teams, which both earned state titles. And to be quite frank with you, we do not give the key away willy-nilly because it represents a true feeling by the city of Las Vegas for the recipient that we care about them, and we want them to know when they look at that key for the rest of their lives, they know that you really have a piece of our heart with you. And at this time, I'd like to present the key to the city of Las Vegas to this fine young man.
Brett, we would just like to congratulate you from Wendy's of Las Vegas for being such an outstanding student and athlete and being such a positive role model for today's young adults. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for the key to the city. Thanks for the Heisman Award. Thanks to my family. Thank you again. This is amazing.
Well, it's an amazing story. I've been told that this past summer you actually worked with two Russian scientists in Alaska, in Russia. Well, I think you could see Russia from Alaska, can't you? You betcha. And you were doing some experiments on salmon. Tell us a little bit about that, please.
I flew down to Russia, Kamchatka, Russia. It's on the eastern peninsula. I flew down there. I stayed at a biostation. It's like an hour and a half from I had an hour and a half helicopter ride to get there. And I would go out with them on a boat to the mouth of the river, and we would throw a net out and catch salmon, and they would take probably around 50 measurements on it. They would how long it is, from the fin to the end. They would weigh it without organs. They would just a lot of experiments, take samples for it in order to gather information to help save the salmon population. So that's what I did.
All right, that's terrific. Thank you. And, great athlete, great scholar, great community member. Congratulations again. Okay, and we had a little announcement which I left behind, and I'm going to ask Councilwoman to give me here. This is important. I'd like to announce the Councilwoman's Children Book Drive. Councilwoman Tarkanian has this very important drive taking place during the month of January, and we'll have bins throughout City Hall, and we're accepting new or gently used children's books to distribute to our city schools during Reading Week, which is in February, and all of us, the entire council, we go out and we read to the youngsters throughout the community during that month. So please help us. If you have any books like that, please donate them, and the books are gifts that could be opened again and again and again, and that's the beginning of a great education when you learn how to read and you understand what you're reading. So keep that in mind, please, and thank you very much for bearing with us during the ceremonial. Oh, I was going to do it up there, but this is the appropriate time to do it. You know, if any of you were here earlier today, we started our redevelopment agency meeting at 8 o'clock this morning, and that's the reason that we're off to a pretty late start on our regular council meeting. And we had what I consider to be a meeting that exemplifies what democracy is all about. We had people who were interested in an issue in their neighborhood, and they came and they sought redresses for what they considered to be a grievance, and they came down here and they expressed themselves, and that's what government is supposed to be all about, having the people be able to address their elected officials and ask for relief when they think that's appropriate. We lost somebody in the past several weeks who was perhaps the quintessential citizen as far as trying to keep the elected officials honest. And every meeting, almost without fail for all the years I've been here and the years that the council members have been here, Tom McGowan would appear in front of us, and with his gruff voice and his sometimes insistent demeanor, made presentations to us, which he worked on very diligently during the weeks that preceded the council meeting, where he was critical in a constructive way of the way the city was doing business. And he would walk in here with his walker, and he would sit here through the meetings, and sometimes to a point of aggravating me to death, he would speak on issues. But the truth of the matter is, that's what makes this job a very significant one, where you know that people do care about how we do business, and they do care about how their community is affected by the actions of this council. So we're going to miss him. I spoke to his wife and expressed the condolences on behalf of myself, the council, and the city of Las Vegas, and she appreciated that. I asked whether or not there was going to be a memorial service or a funeral. She indicated that there would not be. So just with our prayers, let's keep Tom in mind, and remember that he was one of us and was always trying to do the right thing. Thank you. Going to take a 2-minute break so I could have a picture taken with the youngsters outside, and then we'll come back and we'll move this along.
Very impressive.
You're working for a living.
David, you need David.
It's so nice to meet you. I want to see you again. Okay? Take care. Do. Okay? You too.
Those are the questions.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, me too. But he was important. I know. I'm the same. I'm the same. That's what I said. Yeah. No, it doesn't. It's what's interesting is one of the marshals said, "Well, I'm glad he repaid me the $20 a week." I said, "I didn't get mine." All right, folks. Thank you very much for your patience. We'll call item number 10. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 39. Is appeal regarding nuisance notice in order to comply for 1006 East Oakey Boulevard, property owner Gregory J. Logan. The applicant wants that to be held in advance until our January 21st meeting. Item number 51 is a temporary approval of a new wedding chapel license, All Seasons Wedding Chapel, 1040 East Sahara Avenue. Staff has asked that to be held in advance until our January the 21st, 2009 meeting. And item 52 is review of temporary beer wine cooler on sale license, Intramizio Inc., doing business at Mezzo Bistro Italiano at 4275 North Rancho Drive, number 130. Staff's asked to strike. Council members, are there any other items we need to report at this time?
Yes, I would like to ask that item number 32 be pulled forward, and also ask for Director Jorge Cervantes to come and speak on this item as well.
All right. When we get to the consent agenda, we'll do that. No problem.
Thank you.
Very good.
On those three items, Your Honor, I make a motion to obey those items and strike the item.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 11 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting and special City Council meetings of December the 3rd, 2008. May I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes?
Yes, Your Honor, no addition to deletion, I make a motion to approve the minutes, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please.
Mr. Mayor, I will abstain.
Could you state for the record, Councilman, why the abstention?
Because I wasn't present at that meeting.
All right, very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We now come to the consent agenda. Items 12 through 38 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward? Councilman Barlow asked that 32 be brought forward. Any other items?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'd like to pull forward item 37.
37. All right. All right. Any other items? All right. With that in mind, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion to approve items 12 through 38 with the exceptions of 32 and 37.
Thank
with all
you.
conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go to item number 32 and ask Mr. Cervantes to come up to the podium. Item number 32 is approval of a fourth supplemental interlocal contract 481D between the City of Las Vegas and the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada to increase funding and extend the date of completion for the City Parkway D Street connector between Grand Central Parkway and I-15. This is in Ward 5. Councilman?
Yes, I would like for Mr. Cervantes, if you will, to give background in relation to the D Street connector and City Parkway. Understanding from previous conversations that we've had, and also the term connector has caused or placed the city in a peculiar situation. And so if you will please speak to it as far as the connector, what that represents, and if in fact there's going to be any closures or non-closures. I want to make sure that we have all of that information out on the record and before the residents of the community.
Certainly. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. The project connector is a roadway project where there's a realignment of a road where D Street is being realigned to connect directly with F Street. On your screen here, you can see a rendering of what that shows. It's where if you're coming northbound on F Street, the road is being realigned so it connects directly with D Street, where there's an interchange off of I-15 to D Street. So it provides for traffic to still be able to travel north-south on D Street, travel north-south on H Street. Traffic on F Street is being rerouted. F Street is being closed under the freeway, but the D Street underpass and the H Street underpass are still open passages. And so this connector is just a realignment of a road to provide better connectivity in and out of the community. This particular item here on the agenda today is to modify the agreement that we have with the RTC, the funding source for this project, to allow additional funding to reconnect D Street on the south end of the connector so that folks coming down D Street can work all the way to Bonanza. So they have the option of either using D Street all the way to Bonanza or using this realigned roadway to get to F Street.
Yes, thank you.
Very good.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to?
Yes, if you don't mind, Mayor.
No, I don't mind. Whatever.
Okay. We had some residents that had comments in respect to this item.
Let's put a 3-minute timer on this, please.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. So you would come off D Street and go on Wilson Street, right, and then connect back on F Street?
That's correct. The realignment is D Street comes up, realigns through Wilson Street to F Street.
Absolutely, absolutely, no way, no how. No, you got the rescue mission there. You know, I mean, no way. You mean to tell me that's how we got to travel through our community? No way, no how, no way, no. 'Cause no, We don't want that. No, we do not want that. No way. And whoever put this together, who this designed it, it wasn't brought to us, they need to be getting a pink slip today by 5. No. No way do we want that. So they here today for approval for that? Am I right? No. This need to be held until we can have a community meeting, and this is brought to the community so the community can understand this. That's what needs to happen today.
Councilman, just for clarification, this item today isn't for this realignment. This item is just to connect D Street back up to the connector at this point here. That's the only thing this item is. It's for the funding.
This need to be held and explained to our community. That's what need to happen today. So I'm quite sure you can hold this for 2 weeks. See your next city council meeting. Y'all know how to get the meeting, get notices out to get folks to a meeting. This need to be held for at least for 2 weeks so the community can hear this. Because they all have left now to go to the church to have prayer. I was the only one lingered behind because I take prayer tonight. No, this need to be held up for at least the next city council meeting so that we can this can be discussed with our community, especially like Ms. Jamerson and all of them that live right there on F and Mac Williams. No, this need to be held up until we have a meeting in the community. This is brought to the community since wasn't nothing else brought to us. So at least we'll have a say on this right here.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello.
Hi, please identify yourself.
My name is Gabrielle Yates. I live in 901 Gerson, inside Marble Manor. Now, I lived here 5 years, and what I see is just a total disaster for these councilmen and assembly people that live here. One of the things that I can't understand is that how do you close a street and just allow other people to tell you where they're supposed to live at? One, when I leave, if I'm supposed to be at work at 7 o'clock at the Las Vegas Convention Center, Mayor, where you see me plenty of times at before, and my boss wants me there at 6 o'clock, I have to walk downtown to the DTC because there's no buses that come at 6 o'clock until 6 o'clock. So there's the 214 and the 208. Now we have to, and if I had a car to drive, now I have age discrimination, racial discrimination, and transportation discrimination. Now you're going to try to tell me that I have to take D to F to get a connector? We are people that have to have a decision made based on not of racial discrimination or economic development, but we have to have common sense has to come in Vegas and lead somewhere for each and every one of us. There is no thing to say that where the buses don't come on time, now you're trying to say, okay, we're just going to close out a whole neighborhood and that we're supposed to sit back and let it happen? That's what happened in Maxwell Bidwell in Philadelphia. But this is not Philadelphia. And that because we have a slave state mentality that still lingers here in Vegas, it doesn't have to happen here either. So when you go home and you go to sleep at night, I want you to decide, what would you tell your children when you close off them? And then in years to come, that's what's going to happen. When each one of you decide to go to sleep at night, I want you to pray, Lord, let me decide what is right. Let my conscience be my guide. And that's what I said in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Now, Mr. Cervantes, for the record, the realignment and the connection that that's before us today, would you go back through and explain as far as what's taking place in respect to this street? Because the community at this time, as you saw earlier, have very valid points in regards to the closure of streets in the community. What's taking place today, to my understanding, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is that previously D Street was going to be closed off, cul-de-sac, and the realignment traveling south on D Street would come down Wilson, reconnect to F Street onto Bonanza. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilman.
And in addition to that, after conversations with my office, and I requested D Street to be reopened so that the residents of this community would not have to travel down Wilson and connect into F Street to make a left onto Bonanza to travel east. So I've requested that D Street be reconnected and not reopened, but not closed, in order to continue the travel on D Street South connecting to Bonanza. Is that correct?
And that is correct, Councilman. The original design had the connector, but both F Street north of I-15 and D Street south of the connector were cul-de-sac.
Correct.
As per your request, we looked at the design and were able to come back and connect D Street. So if you're coming down D Street, you can go all the way down to Bonanza and not have to go through the connector, as you explained. This item before you today is just the agreement that we have with the RTC, who is our funding source, to give us the funding that we need to make that connection back of D Street.
To open D Street back up. So that's what we're doing. Just for clarification, Ms. Turner, what's taking place today is that we're voting on the funds in order to make sure that D Street is not closed. And so I thank you for that clarification, because I don't want anyone in the community to walk away with the misunderstanding that streets are being closed off in the midst of the city having to deal with the lawsuit that's before us right now with the closure of F Street, which we will be addressing in the court of law upon the court date. And so before us today is the opportunity to receive the funds in order to keep D Street a complete thoroughfare all the way through to Bonanza.
And Wilson won't be no connector. We won't.
As of right now, Wilson is a connector between F and D. What they're doing is and explain as far as the road work, as far as improving the road, the street on Wilson, improving Wilson from D to F. Explain that, Jorge, please.
Sure. Today, Wilson is an east-west street that does connect between D and F Street.
Correct.
It tees at both sides.
Correct.
All we're doing is making a continuous road, improving the street from the current 2-lane to a 4-lane facility to handle the demand of folks coming in and out of the downtown area, and connecting it directly, and then connecting D Street back up to that connector, so you have options. You can either come down D Street, or you can use the connector to get to F Street.
Correct. And the only difference now, Ms. Turner, is the fact that if you can make a right on Wilson and go to F Street, correct? And it's a 2-lane street. What the improvement that's taken place is the fact that it's going from a 2-lane to a
4-lane.
To a 4-lane. And also D Street will not be cul-de-sac. It's actually going to remain, but it also will be improved from Bonanza to the freeway.
But do we understand that the rescue mission do commodities every other month? And people have to come right there on Wilson. Right now they're doing it in the parking lot.
Right.
But they have to come on Wilson in order to pick up their commodities.
Well, I understand.
So how that's going to work out?
Let me explain that to you. I've been working very closely with the president of the Las Vegas Rescue Mission, and with their expansion, I've spoken to them in my office in regards to how, in fact, they have their residents or clients come and line up. They will now be doing that internally on their property, specifically once their new kitchen is open. Everything will be done internally, whereas today it's being done out on the sidewalk. And I told them that has to discontinue as far as their clients being out on the sidewalk. Everything has to be done internally, which they're working with me on that currently. And so what I don't want to do today is pass up the opportunity of following the recommendation of the community in respect to making sure that as of right now we have the opportunity to get D Street back off of the design for being closed, and the new design to make sure that D Street remains open. And that's what we're voting on today.
Well, on Wilson, where you have the rescue mission, we want to know what kind of scrubberies, sidewalks, or what is going to go on there. So you telling me the people from the rescue mission no longer will be able to do their business on Wilson? That's what you're telling me?
They will be doing it internally.
Inside?
Inside their properties, yes. That's what I'm sharing with you.
Well, first of all, I ain't supporting the F Street being closed off. So, and if you don't want to bring this to the community and explain this to them a little more, that's fine with me, because we'll deal, like you said, in the court of law. We'll deal with it in a court. But, I think this needs to be tabled for at least 2 weeks of your next city council meeting, and let this be brought to the community so they can understand, because everybody sit at home don't have cable, so they can't see this on Channel 2. So this needs to be brought to the community.
And that's not a problem. If in fact from those residents who are not here today, in all fairness, and we want to make sure that we continue to have open government and open dialogue with our residents, I don't have a problem with tabling this item. Well, not tabling it, but obeying this item for a number of weeks to basically explain to the community as far as what we're doing.
But that needs to happen,
And
because
that's-
people
that's
like
not a
Reverend
problem.
Bennett don't have cable. He don't even have two-way on his phone.
Okay, Bennett.
Well, at this point, Mayor, being that we had so many residents here today, and I want to make sure that all the residents understand what we're doing here today, I would like to hold this item in abeyance for 30 days. That would be my motion at
All right,
this
that's a
time.
motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post.
Thank you, Ms. Turner.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I just
Motion
ask,
carries.
there's no problem, is there, Jorge, in holding this up? We're not going to lose any funding or anything?
There isn't. 2 weeks wouldn't
I
take that
think it's
anyway.
extremely wise. I think what we heard today was some problems with communication and trust, and I think it's extremely important that we do hold this back. You take it back to the community so that anybody who wants to can attend and ask questions.
Sure.
So I think that was a very wise motion.
All right, item number 37 is R2-2009, approval of a resolution to establish the Fiscal Stabilization Special Revenue Fund. Councilor Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. In a recent letter from the International Association of Firefighters, they expressed concern about the use of the FSI funding, its history, and its future uses. This item is in its attachment indicates a desire to eventually transfer funding from the FSI back to the general fund, and then transferring a like amount from the general fund to the new stabilization fund. I know by our action today, we're not funding the stabilization fund, we're just setting it up. However, I'd like to direct the incoming city manager and the finance director to create a transparent reporting and accounting effort for the fire chief and our fire union so that everyone knows and understands how those funds are going to be accounted for and how they're going to be used. I'd like to make sure that that happens before we make the transfers that I mentioned. I think this will go a long way toward building trust and understanding between our union officials and our fire administration and our city management. Can we make that happen?
Yes, sir.
You got off easy on that, didn't you?
I got off real easy.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I would move for approval of agenda
Very
item
good. Let's
37.
vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we'll go on to item 40, which is a report on the proposed repository for high-level nuclear waste at Yucca Mountain from Irene Navis, from the Clark County's Nuclear Waste Planning Manager, and Sheila Conway with the Urban Environmental Research. Ladies?
Good morning, Mayor and council members. Irene Navis, Clark County Department of Comprehensive Planning, Nuclear Waste Division. I'm here today with Dr. Conway so that we can give you a brief update on the latest on the Yucca Mountain project. As you know, Clark County and the City of Las Vegas have enjoyed a long-time relationship through interlocal agreement on several cooperative efforts related to the Yucca Mountain project, including impact assessment and numerous public outreach projects. Today we're here to focus on a couple of aspects of Clark County's Nuclear Waste Oversight Program. I'm going to start with an update on the DOE's license application process currently before the Nuclear Regulatory Commission for consideration, and Clark County's role in that process. Following that, Dr. Conway will provide you with an update on the Community Indicators Monitoring Program currently funded through our interlocal agreement, and the basis of which is federal oversight money that we receive to manage this program. The Board of County Commissioners and the Las Vegas City Council wisely recognize that the Yucca Mountain project has long-term local, regional, national, and even international implications, and we're at a critical juncture in this program. The DOE filed its license application on June 3rd, 2008, and we've been working diligently since that time to analyze the application and prepare our contentions. You also, I'm sure, are aware that the county has affected unit of local government standing, official standing, under the Nuclear Waste Policy Act to participate in the licensing proceeding, and therefore we filed a petition to intervene into that proceeding on December 22nd with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, seeking to become active participants in the proceeding regarding the application to construct a high-level radioactive waste and spent nuclear fuel repository at Yucca Mountain. Our petition includes 15 challenges to the DOE's application, known as contentions, raising serious technical, scientific, and procedural deficiencies in the DOE's application. And the contentions raised by Clark County relate primarily to safety and national environmental policy aspects of the DOE's proposal. We have 12 safety contentions and 3 NEPA contentions included in our petition. And we chose to use a very focused approach because of the work that we've focused on over the years that were most important to the community. And the issues most important to the community, as we understand them, are the short and long-term performance of the repository, public health issues, public safety issues, and environmental protection. Our contentions include safety concerns related to this total system performance of the repository, public safety and environmental implications related to volcanic activity, and significant criticisms of DOE's models, data, assumptions, and analyses. Specifically, we raise challenges to DOE's compliance with NEPA, transportation of nuclear waste to the repository by truck and by rail, public safety and emergency management, safety and security issues related to the Department of Defense and the Nevada test site, and socioeconomic impacts. We are also questioning DOE's viability as a licensee. The DOE, as you know, has a well-documented history, pattern, and track record of failures to meet procedural, legal, and contractual obligations, and Clark County has no confidence in DOE's ability to safely and securely construct and operate the proposed repository as required of all NRC licensees. Some important milestones that you should be aware of and deadlines that have been provided by the NRC in this proceeding. This spring is going to be a very active period of time. This is by Nuclear Waste Policy Act, by law, slated to be a 3 to 4 year process. We believe it'll take much longer. But this February and March, we're going to be actively involved in the back and forth that's going to occur on the contentions, pre-hearing conferences. By May, the participants' contentions and discovery schedule should be announced, and the NRC safety review is scheduled to be completed April of 2010, with evidentiary hearings beginning sometime in October of 2010. Of course, all of this is contingent on adequate funding, both for the DOE and NRC, to move forward. It's very important at this critical juncture that we remain diligent in making our case to the NRC that the DOE has not made its case for the granting of a license for a safe, secure repository for high-level radioactive waste in Nevada. And unless you have questions for me specifically, I'm going to turn over the remainder of our time to Dr. Conway to talk about the monitoring program.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
If you will. Good morning, Irene.
Good morning.
It seems to me President-elect Obama has made a number of statements, primarily during his campaign, about his position on Yucca Mountain. Could you review those for us, and then I'll make a comment.
Sure, absolutely. President-elect Obama has come out not supporting the Yucca Mountain proposal as is, and I know that our delegation is working with him to look at options for what should happen moving forward with Yucca Mountain. Because we have these deadlines that are coming upon us, we have to move forward from the county perspective as if nothing is going to change, and we need to prepare ourselves to actively participate and not count on something potentially happening. Until we hear that the license application is actually withdrawn, we have to continue to move forward, and there are any number of things, funding cuts, calls for additional studies, withdrawal of the application, all of those things can happen. I know that the thing that the elected officials in Washington that represent us, as well as the president-elect, have to take a look at weighing the risk of putting a stop to the project because of the potential liability with the nuclear utilities, who right now that liability is racking up to the tune of $7 to $8 billion because Yucca Mountain didn't open by 1998 under contractual obligation. So there are dozens of lawsuits already out there. The risk of increasing that liability is there should a very drastic action with respect to Yucca take place. So I know all of those considerations are being weighed, and we are in a wait-and-see mode to see what happens next. In the meantime, we're proceeding forward.
Very good.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be here, and I want to thank you for your continued participation in the monitoring program. It was the data that we've collected, particularly the data that we collected from your Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, from Administrative Services, from Emergency Management, from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, that was able to provide a great deal of the support that was used in the contentions that were filed with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. If we had not been analyzing and providing and doing these public safety impact assessments and monitoring what was going on, we would not have had the basis and standing to have filed those contentions. So your continued support and participation in that has been critical to us and remains critical until we actually do understand what the final resolve of this is. And I do suspect, because of the liability issues, that we will probably in all likelihood see a significant funding cut, as we have in the last several years that our delegation has been able to assist us in. But in terms of outright stopping the project, that I think is I think that we have some time to go before we know how and when that's going to happen.
Ladies, what ever happened to the commission that was out here? I think it was the Surface Transportation Commission. I testified in front of that. Didn't hear any aftermath.
The Surface Transportation Board, as you are aware, you were at the hearing, as well as other elected officials, occurred on December 4th. We have not heard that the Commission has made a final decision yet, and as soon as we do, we'll make sure that you're aware of it. They don't usually put a time frame on when decisions are made. They had invited us to do some follow-up and provide information based on the wide range of questions that they asked, and we're in the process of putting a package together to help answer those questions. The formal record is closed, and we expect a decision to happen, but we didn't expect to see it before the end of calendar year 2008, and it may be well into 2009. They could be in a wait-and-see mode as well, considering the changes in administration.
Well, they certainly seem to be taking their responsibilities seriously, unlike some of their predecessors from Washington, who come out here and thumb their nose at us and then go back to Washington and could care less about us. I think that they really may come up with some positive findings based on the questions.
Our understanding from how the STB normally works is they usually, in conjunction with an application, come up with dozens and, in fact, hundreds of conditions of approval, mostly of an environmental nature and public safety and emergency management nature. So whatever happens with, if the approval does move forward, we expect to see significant conditions and requirements placed on the DOE to make sure that those key environmental and other regulatory elements remain in place. We believe the STB did a very fine job when they came out here and listened to our concerns, so thank you for that.
I thought so as well. All right, any other comments or questions? Well, thank you very much for the report. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Item 41 is a report and possible action on the update on progress of our fundamental service review following direction given by the City Council at the December 3rd, 2008 City Council meeting. Dr. Selby.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I just want to give some background comments before I bring Deputy City Manager Fretwell and our acting Deputy City Manager Mark Vincent up to give you some more detail. But just for background, for those who haven't been following this, the city undertook a fundamental service review in response to declining revenues. We've never seen anything like the decline in our revenues that we're seeing today. And in that fundamental service review, we reported to the council in October some proposed actions. Council, in dialogue with us, gave us direction on what to move forward with implementing, and told us to come back periodically and report to you. Our last report to you was in December, and at that point we had reported on progress, but there were still some outstanding issues with regard to some labor negotiations that we're happy to report some positive movement on those today, and you asked us to come back today and give you a update. We're going to talk to you about the revenue issues, the labor issues, and some of the activities and actions that have been taken to date under that fundamental service review, so you have a good status report on that. I will add that already today on your consent agenda, and it was pulled forward briefly, you took the action by resolution to create a stabilization fund. That was a recommendation of the Fundamental Service Review. And following this Fundamental Service Review report, we're asking for your action on two other items. Those are items 42, which is really what I would consider kind of a landmark agreement with one of our biggest bargaining units to slow wage growth in the future, and item 43, which is a voluntary separation program, and we'll give you more detail on each of those. So at this point, I'd invite Betsy Fretwell and Mark Vincent to give you the rest of the presentation.
Thank you very much.
We're dancing. Mark Vincent, Interim Deputy City Manager. I want to give you a brief update of where we are on our revenue picture. First of all, just recall that we established some rules of engagement, if you will, for the forecasting model that we have. We've got a forecasting model that looks at our 5-year history and then looks 5 years forward to project to see where we're at. And all the actions that we have been taking, the things that we've been doing, have been really focused not on getting a balanced budget by next year, fiscal year 10, but by getting a balanced budget by fiscal year 14, and doing that in an orderly fashion so that we don't overreact and take actions in fiscal year 10 that perhaps we don't need to take. And if we can forecast some gradual recovery starting hopefully in fiscal year late fiscal year 10, fiscal year 11, then we're better able to deal with the recession that we're in. With that, we said that we didn't want to come back to you in every month, every quarter, make an adjustment to the model just because we get a piece of information, that we wanted to have a more planned approach. I certainly don't think I could sustain myself coming to you every month with recommended changes. So we said we do it every 6 months. And we said that when we came and did a review every 6 months, that we would have some criteria under which if we hit certain thresholds, then we would adjust the model. And when we adjust the model, then we would see what that shortfall is, and then we'd look at our quiver of arrows, if you will, the different things that we can do to help balance our budget, and we would then make a plan or adjust our plan as needed. So today is just sort of a little premonition. We do have 4 months, which is a third of the year, of consolidated tax growth under our belt. It has been worse than our model forecasted. Our model forecast about a 1% reduction in fiscal year 2009 revenue. For those first 4 months to date are showing about a little over 5.5% reduction in revenue. Even more disconcerting is October and November. Those 2 months were both in excess of 8% negative. So just if we were to take those first 4 months and straight line them and say that's going to be the rest of the year, we're going to have a 5.5% shortfall as opposed to a 1% shortfall, that's roughly a $12 million reduction in our revenue for this year. So I'm just kind of reporting to you as is. I'm not suggesting we change the model today. We'll get December's revenue for the C-Tax. We'll see that in late February. That's the first 6 months. I suspect that we'll come to you in late February, early March with a revised model saying to you that this is what we think the new model forecast is. That'll coincidentally coincide with our beginning meetings, public meetings with you, in particular with our budget workshop, working towards our fiscal year 10 budget. So all that will come to a convergence in early March.
Mayor Goodman, if you don't mind. Mark, I just want to make sure I understand. You stated in mid to late February we'll get the C-tax, the consolidated tax figures for the month of December.
Right.
Real quickly, could you give us, because there's been some discussion about the C-tax revenue, basically go back to perhaps the last 4 or 5 months of '08. Do you have those figures in front of you? And can you tell us what our C-tax revenue was for those 4 or 5 months on a monthly basis?
For fiscal year '08?
Calendar 08.
Calendar year 08, I'm sorry. I don't have them in front of me, and I didn't. Obviously, I could get them for you and brief you on them. But roughly speaking, my memory was July and August were down. September was slightly up, and then October and November were extremely down. That 8.5%. So
what percentage were July and August, if you remember? The 3 to 5% range.
I'm just guessing, but they were in that 3 to 5% range.
So in the last 6 months, we've had one slightly above, if you will, month, but the other 4 or 5 months have been down.
And the explanation for that from the state was that they had done some kind of an amnesty program, and they had in their news announcement, if you recall, they announced that it was higher collections because of that amnesty program. They didn't quantify that. They didn't know how much that was, but that's their explanation. That was the state's explanation for why that month was higher.
And once again, the consolidated tax is what percentage of the city's revenue?
Today, it's probably about 48%.
Okay, thank you.
The other news, I want to talk a little bit about property tax. Property tax is the other, second largest revenue source. It's about 25% of our revenue. So those two combined are 3/4 of our revenues. Property tax is tracking pretty much to our plan for this year. So that's the good news. The bad news is that we're concerned about the valuation process that's going on as we sit here today. The assessor statements have already gone out to property owners, and they already have them. The appeals process begins, I believe, in February or end of January. And we've already done a little sampling of some of residential parcels, and it does appear that some parcels have already exhausted the previous tax abatement. Now, just remember again that on residential property, which 80% of our assessed value is residential property, those tax bills are capped at 3%. So regardless of what happens with the value of the home, the bill itself only goes up 3%. On some of our samplings, we're seeing some property tax bills for residences that are actually going to go down. Some of them down 5%. So I probably, as we get a little more data and get through the appeals process, I'm thinking that our forecast on our growth in property taxes is going to have to be adjusted downward too, and you'll see that probably, again, in early March we'll come with the new model. So those are just two tidbits. I'm telling you that what I'm seeing is it's not hit the bottom yet for us, and so we expect it to perhaps go a little deeper. With that, though, I'd like to share hopefully some good news. And one of the things that we had done is you had given us direction to take a look at our 5-year capital plan. And the 5-year capital plan is important for us from an operating perspective because the assets and facilities that we construct down the road have to become operational. We have to pay utilities, we have to maintain them, may have to staff them. And so we took a look at that at your direction, and we were working on the fiscal year 2009 5-year capital plan, which we filed with the state, which you approved. That was our baseline, and we have done a few revisions through the summer with that, particularly in the area of fire and rescue. And we looked at two areas. One, we wanted to look at what the impact was in the capital plan from some of the staffing changes we had made with respect to the fire safety plan, as well as the biggest impact. The other big impact was the operations and maintenance for parks maintenance for 3 large projects that were coming online that we were going to have resources to maintain and operate those facilities. And under the current capital plan that the Fire and Rescue Department has put together. With those changes, as well as the fact that we already have done some recruitments, we already have existing staffing for some of those stations, particularly, for example, Station 103 has existing staffing. 46 is just a relocation. There's no impact with that. That's had some significant operational savings from the 2009 5-year CIP. Additionally, on the parks area, we have 3 large parks that when they came out, existing parks, Freedom, Lorenzi, and J.C. Park, when they came out of service to go through a reconstruction, we were able to take some of those parks' maintenance and in even some cases program folks for leisure and redeploy them to other facilities, some new facilities that came on, like, for example, Centennial Hills Park. When those remodeled parks come back online, they are going to need additional resources, and we have been working with Field Ops on a plan for how we would staff those, and we believe that with a little bit of flexibility, and we've had some discussions with the LVCEA on this, but nothing formal, with some flexibility in terms of training or retraining or in terms of work assignments, we think that we can absorb the added operational costs of those new facilities without actually having to add new employees and new staff, and that's another significant savings. Those 2 areas primarily would save us, those 2 changes, the general changes, would save us about $27 million over the next 5 years. They're very substantial savings. So I'm very thankful for the efforts that Fire and Rescue and Field Ops and Public Works put in working with Finance to try to see if there's a way that we could revise our CIP and take a little more accurate and critical look to it. And so that's a good news for us. And as I say, that doesn't change any of our current deployment schedules. It just, we probably will need to be a little flexible in how we deploy our existing resources.
I might just add that one of the other things that flexibility does is it helps us potentially stave off some future layoffs. Because if we're better able to utilize the resources that we currently have, the folks that are currently employed with the city, on needed projects like the ones Mark mentioned, then we're better able to serve the public with the existing resources that we have versus going through some sort of layoff process and then hiring back to support the new parks. So it works to everyone's advantage to have that flexibility. The next item we wanted to cover with you, and I think most of you are probably looking forward to this portion of the report, is a status report on the negotiations with all of the bargaining units. And I agree with Dr. Selby. I think we have a really excellent proposal before you on your subsequent agenda item regarding our potential agreement with the City Employees Association. So I'd like to maybe start with that one to go over where we are as it relates to the CEA. The resolution, the memorandum of understanding that's on the next agenda item for your consideration basically would be an automatic 1% reduction in the growth rate of the COLA. No one would be taking a pay cut today. They would be taking less of an increase next year, effective the end of this fiscal year in June of this year. It would extend the agreement by 3 years. It would set aside a 3% COLA in each of those 3 years. That can be reduced by action by the City Council to 2% in each of those years if the financial conditions warrant, and we make some other findings, such as executive pay didn't grow faster than represented employees' pay grew during that time period. It also provides a little additional security for the employees. If we have to go into layoffs, when would they happen? What would the conditions be that would force that to occur? So we have economic triggers. We also indicate that layoffs will be because there's a diminished workload or there's a program elimination or a service reduction. So it gives a lot more clarity to the employees that an across-the-board layoff may not be possible under this scenario unless these triggers are reached. So it gives some more security, added security to the employees in that union. It also gives us some predictability going forward. It's actually, with the potential reduction between the 3 and the 2% in the COLA going forward, is a 33% reduction in the growth rate of that cost of living adjustment compared to our prior 15 years of negotiated agreements. So it's a pretty substantial reduction in what people have been used to. So I think that all in all, it fills the gap that you told us that you wanted these bargaining discussions to fill. When we met with you back in October, you indicated that you were comfortable with us trying to find 1% from each of the bargaining units to try and help us alleviate the $150 million shortfall over the next 5 years. The CEA agreement alone, if the 2% is in place in each of those years of the contract, would contribute almost $23 million to that solution over 5 years. Pretty significant chunk. The next bargaining group that we're in a tentative agreement with right now is the Las Vegas POA. The Las Vegas corrections officers are represented by LVPOA. They've been working diligently, actually very quickly in the last couple of weeks. We reached a resolution. And so I'd just like very quickly to go over the concepts in that agreement, which actually, I believe Tracy and Mark are here, goes out to a vote of their membership today. Is that correct? So their membership will have 4 days to vote on this agreement. If they successfully pass that, we will bring a subsequent item back to the council at the end of this month. The tenets of that agreement, one, they do not ask for an extension, which is different from the CEA agreement. Their current agreement expires in fiscal year 11. They have agreed to a $500 uniform allowance reduction in each of the 2 remaining years of the contract, a 1% reduction in their COLA, which would take them from 3.5 to 2.5 in the second year of the final year of the contract. They agreed to, and this obviously needs some work with the healthcare trust that they participate in, but they've agreed to reduce the city's contribution to the healthcare trust on behalf of their members, $30 in the first year, $50 in the second year. We agreed to give a little additional flexibility in time off and in time in lieu of work. And so we've agreed to 2 shifts that would be available to their members to be able to take vacations. They have a very strict policy on how many shifts can be vacant at any one time. And so this would afford some of their members a potential to take some vacation time when they need it. It gives the chief a little more flexibility and the members a little more flexibility in that regard. The net expected savings from that over the 2 years is around $770,000. And it also meets your 1% that you requested that we try and attain with each of the bargaining units. As far as the other 2 bargaining units that we've been working with, we have been having discussions with both IAFF, the firefighters, and with PPA, which represents our marshals. They also represent Metro. Our discussions have been focused with PPA on our own employees in the marshal units, not the general Las Vegas Metro police employees. I'll refer to that in a few moments. We still have a little bit of work to be done with both of those remaining units. They have asked us for some additional information. There are a couple of options still on the table with PPA. In fact, we have meetings established to try and work through some of those with them. They're waiting for some numbers from us and some evaluation of their numbers, so we're working on that. With IAFF, we're in a little bit of a different situation because their non-supervisory agreement expires this June. So statutorily, in February, they would give us notice of an intent to negotiate a new agreement. We asked them to accelerate that. We haven't had a response back to that question, but we have been having informal discussions about how can we proceed. So I'd have to say that one is a little messy because of the opening of negotiations in the next month or so. As I mentioned, we owe both of those organizations a little more data that they've requested of us. We're working on that. And we certainly plan to have a measurable progress report for you in March when we come back and give you an update. So that's a synopsis of where we are with our 4 bargaining units. And I'd be happy to answer any questions related to those if you'd like. I also have some subsequent information that I'll present as a part of the next item on the CEA agreement particularly. And I know many of the union representatives are here. I don't know if they plan on speaking with you as part of this item or not today.
Mayor Goodman?
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Yes. Ms. Fretwell, the percentage and the savings from the CEA and the POA, what were those numbers again, the 1% reduction?
The total amounts?
Yes.
The total amounts are about $22.5 million over 5 years with the CEA.
22.5.
Right, and it's 1.4 in the first year, 1.4 million in the first year. So the cumulative amount in 5 years would be 22.5 million.
5-year period.
And that's if in each year the council makes a finding to reduce the COLA to 2%.
Okay. And the POA?
And the POA is about 1% over the 2 years, 1% in each year, which equates to about $770,000. They have a much smaller unit. They have about 220 employees in that unit versus about 1,600 in LVCEA.
Right. You said 700,000?
770,000.
Okay. And that's over a 2-year?
2-year period.
Okay.
Part of, maybe I should explain, one of the things that POA agreed to in their existing contract was to split any future PERS increase. And as you know, our public employees retirement system just adjusted the rates that both public safety and general employees will be obligated to pay into that system going into the next fiscal year. The public safety fund went up 3.5%. So the LVPOA members, as well as fire and others, will be paying of their COLA that's already negotiated and approved. They will be paying 1.75% of that themselves. The city will make up the other half. So that's a little unique situation that we did take into consideration when we talked with POA.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
With the CEA, there's a reduction of the 1% for the first year. There is not a definite 1% reduction the second or third year. It depends upon where we are. Okay, then do we have to renegotiate, or do we determine as a city council if it's still needed, then we reduce 1%?
It will be a determination by the council during your budget proceedings.
So the council determines
right.
that. I just think it's a magnificent step on the part of the CEA and the other groups that are coming forward now to help us out, and all of us working together. That's the only way we're going to meet it, and I know we all appreciate that very much. One other question I wanted to ask, and I've mentioned this before about the benefits that we have and how we are owing money now to the state on some benefit situations. Are we going to continue to hire with the same benefits, or are we going to consider looking at a new situation for new people coming in? Again, I'm not talking about anybody to whom we've made a commitment. I feel very strongly that should be kept. I'm just asking for those who might be new coming in with the situation the way it is, with the benefit costs harming so many states already, and with our situation where we are still owing some money to the state in that area, are we looking also at changes that will happen to somebody who comes in? And we're not hiring now, right?
Not much.
Oh,
critical positions only.
But the thing is, new people coming in are under the same contract that give the same benefits. We've discussed in the past that we may have to change that. Are we looking at that?
Yes, Councilwoman, I plan to address that. I'm going to make a motion that we're going to explore that. I'm going to make a motion that we go into a closed session to talk about how we want our collective bargaining discussions and negotiations conducted, and that will certainly be an item for consideration when we direct our staff as to what our desires are.
Councilman, maybe just to answer your question, because we'd be extending the CEA agreement, if you approve it in your next item, the extension, anyone who would be hired under that agreement would be eligible for those benefits that have already been negotiated and are covered under that contract.
So that
It
means
doesn't
that lasts for 4 or 5, well, that lasts till 2014.
Right, right. What we do have as a part of our negotiated agreement is a reopener clause for certain portions of the existing contract. And that could afford us an opportunity to have a discussion about particular benefit issues with the LVCEA leadership over the course of those next 4 years. As far as differentiating or bifurcating new employee versus existing employee, that really is not a part of this agreement at this time.
Well, I understand, Betsy, and that's okay. The mayor says he's going to be addressing. I just think that's a very important thing we have to address, looking at the future. And again, I want to emphasize how much I personally, and I know the other council members, appreciate the fact that we had these two unions quickly address the problem and step up and help us all. That's it. Thank you.
If I may, I have a few more items I'd just like to cover. One other direction that the council gave us was to start talking with the sheriff about what he's doing, and I
Your Honor,
had the...
before Betsy gets into that, I thought Councilman Wilson was going to say something before you started up again, Betsy, so forgive
Sorry,
me.
I apologize.
I thought you were. I want to commend all of the employees of this city for recognizing the need. Mr. Vincent, and the mayor and this council have always bragged about the transparency of our government, and I think that needs to continue. I've been seeing many reports on finances and the financial issues of this city, and it's important that the public as well as our employees understand that we're not broke today. But if the current economic conditions continue for the next several years, we will be. Thus, we're taking these efforts right now. And I think that needs to be plain and simple, as do the reports for all of the collective bargaining units in regards to how we came to this, why we're doing this, and where we think we're going to be tomorrow. And I think, I don't know how you can do that. I don't know if it's too late, but I certainly, it would make it a lot easier for us as council members to certainly understand and convey that to the public as well, and our constituents who happen to be employees of this city, so they understand it clearly. So, Mr. Vincent, would you work on that or think about making that a little more simple to understand the position we're in today and the position we're going to be in tomorrow should this economy continue down the road it's on? So I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Did you want to be heard?
I'm going to wait for the next item.
Oh, okay, fine. All right. Yes, Ms. Ratliff.
We can certainly work on the messaging. No problem there. I did have an opportunity to meet with the sheriff, with the mayor, before the end of the year. And, well, actually, as a part of the new year, I guess, the first day of work this year.
January 2nd.
I think we had a very productive conversation. It was interesting. He has been working diligently on a cost containment model for this year. It doesn't sound too different from what we've been doing for the last 18 months or so. But he's working on cost containment to get through the balance of this fiscal year, 09. Leading into fiscal year 10 for next year's budget, he is trying to put together a zero increase budget, zero growth. And he readily admits that that would be very difficult and will not be attainable without concessions from their 3 bargaining units. But he has stood firm on that, and he is working towards that goal. And we will know a lot more about how well he will be able to attain that goal when he actually submits his budget and works with the finance directors of both Clark County and the City of Las Vegas in readying your budget consideration in the spring. So I just thought I would highlight that. It's my understanding that he has met with the labor leaders of those 3 groups, those 3 represented groups, and he's in a similar situation as we with the firefighters. The non-supervisory bargaining unit for Metro expires in the spring as well, early summer. So they will be at the negotiating table at about the same time we are with firefighters. So they are putting their plans together. One of the things I did find very interesting in that discussion is that the Metro fiscal analysts don't agree with Mr. Vincent. In fact, they think that he's too rosy on the future. And that is why they're pushing for a 0 increase in their budget. Sorry, Mark. But yes, it's something that I think there's a lot of consideration that's happening at the Metropolitan Police Department, not only about our own financial wherewithal to support them, but they're making a lot of effort to try and reduce costs and to try and take advantage of cost containment strategies and budget reductions, or at least flattening out their budget going into the next year. I wanted to hit on a couple of things on our fundamental service review with you, because as a part of what you approved back in October, we had 106 recommendations that we brought forward to you. A few of them we've had to remove from the list. Even though you authorized us to go forward with them, when we tried to go to implement them, we realized they were really not worth the investment. We weren't going to get the savings we thought we would from the initial review. We've taken those off the list. There's 4 of those. Of the balance of the recommendations, many of them had to do, and you'll remember with some of these headings, if you will, with efficiencies. About 48 of those efficiency measures were related, did not have a direct relation to a filled position. So they were things we could do without impacting bodies, which is what you told us to do back in October. There are 48 of those recommendations. We are implementing 19 of them right now. So fully a third of them are underway and in implementation now. We are continuing to work on the other ones, but I wanted you to know kind of the status report. The goal of all of those efficiency recommendations was to make sure they are in place before the next budget year. We also had 22 strategic service or organizational restructuring recommendations. 8 of those are underway, and I wanted to highlight one of them for you because it impacts our revenue going forward. We've been working with the judges at municipal court to really try and take advantage of a revenue source that's out there, that we know is out there, that we could maybe take better advantage of, and that's the warrant service. So I've been working with Mr. Carmody and Judge Brown. Judge Brown, as late as yesterday, approved an expanded warrant service that we hope will diminish uncollected warrants in the city. And with a small investment, we're really hoping for a 4-to-1 return on expanding that warrant service. So we're going to move forward with phase 1 of expanding that warrant service. Hopefully that will generate close to $700,000, $800,000 in additional warrant fees coming in. And hopefully, if that's successful, we'll be able to expand it even further and begin to get some of those uncollected items back into the Las Vegas coffers. So we're not only looking at cutting and saving, we're looking at finding revenue sources as best we can when they're owed to us, trying to make sure we capture them. So we're making progress on a lot of fronts on the FSR, and I wanted to make you aware of that.
Mayor Goodman. What do you mean by warrant service, Betsy? What are you talking about?
Well, when there's an outstanding warrant, a bench declaration of some fine or fee or whatever, sometimes they aren't processed for a variety of different reasons. There may be an inaccurate address, someone didn't pay their fine on time, et cetera, et cetera. And we don't really have a good handle on the total amount that's outstanding. Some of them are stale, some will be uncollectible. We just know that there's money out there that has been a judicial order, if you will, that is due to the city that we need to be more aggressive at collecting, and that's what we're trying to do.
Probably fines on criminal cases or fines on tickets that are unpaid. That's
sure.
What you're talking about?
Jim can come up and give you the skinny on the types of things, but I think you're right on the mark, Councilman.
Okay, good.
Doug mentioned that we have 2 items left. The voluntary separation program, which is, as Mark says, a new quiver that we're using to try and help us diminish some of our losses going forward, our deficit going forward. That's a subsequent agenda item. Mr. Sanchez will be giving you a presentation on that. And unless there are any further questions about my presentation, My recommendation going forward as a result of this is that we bring back a full report to you, status report to you, the first meeting in March regarding the implementation of the Fundamental Service Review, including updates on all the items that I mentioned this morning.
Thank you. Any comments or questions of Ms. Fretwell or Mr. Vincent? I have some comments, and much of it is going to be a synopsis of what the council members have already stated, but I'm going to try to put it in as a different kind of perhaps context. Most of us would listen during our briefings to Steve Houchins, the deputy city manager, who had a mantra at every meeting telling us that there will come a day where the city's revenues will not meet its expenses. And we had no idea when that day would come, and then we were advised that the day was coming, and then the day was here, and perhaps the day has passed. But we began to take action to preserve our resources if, in fact, that event would occur. And that's the reason for the Fundamental Service Review. It's the reason that our fund balance at this date looks very healthy. And that was good. That was prudent. It was good work on the part of the council, good work on the part of the manager's office, and all of the staff. And it put us in a place where we felt fairly comfortable. Then we got into the situation where Mark Vincent told us that in 5 years we would have a $150 million deficit if we kept on going in the direction in which we were headed and if we didn't slow down growth. And I think we all then went to school, and we learned what we could do and what we couldn't do as a council in order to address that situation. And the lesson was very simple, that we were dealing with collective bargaining agents who were representing our employees, and they had a contract. And once there's a contract, you can't interfere with it because you would breach the good faith that was utilized when the contract was entered into originally, and nobody quarreled with that. And we said, well, if we can't change the contract, what can we do? And as a council, we were told we could do only one thing, and that was to lay off our employees, our valued employees, the employees who perform the great services that they do for the constituents that we serve. And none of us wanted to do that, and it was because of that situation that we were placed between a rock and a hard spot that we took a different pact. And all of us participated in this meeting back in the chambers where we asked ourselves, how can we get this on? And basically it was to ask our city employees and their collective bargaining representatives to voluntarily try to reach a solution with us so we wouldn't enter into a terrible train wreck where people's lives would be damaged irreparably. And it was with that background that everybody began to talk together. They didn't have to. When I say they, the collective bargaining agents could have said, city, go jump in the lake, city management, go jump in the lake, mayor, go jump in the lake, council, go jump in the lake. But they knew what would happen if they told us to jump in the lake, and that is that we would have to lay off people that we don't want to and didn't want to and won't want to lay off at any time because we value the city staff. So it's with that background that everybody began to talk, and I have to congratulate and thank the City Employees Association and the LVPOA in anticipation of your vote for working so diligently, and for the other union representatives for engaging in the ongoing discussions that are taking place with the manager's office to seek what was recommended by Mr. Vincent as a resolution to the future problem as far as this $150 million deficit. And what Mr. Vincent told us and what we acted upon back in October when we directed the manager's office to engage in these kind of discussions was that with a 1% reduction, we would be able to slow growth to an extent that under all the circumstances with the existing layoffs, with the cutback on programs, with the failure to fill vacancies, that were created, if we did all these things and carefully work with our capital improvement program, that we would be able to feel confident that when we got to 214, we would be a vibrant city and not have the insolvency problems that are just popping up all over the United States with major cities from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast, all the way to the Northwest, all the way to the Southeast. And we were assured that with that 1%, based on the facts that he had available to him in October, that we'd be able to resolve this and to address the $150 million shortfall. So we went to work, and basically you accomplished, at least with the two bargaining agents thus far, the goal of the 1%. And you listened to our direction, and you were able to accomplish that with the wonderful assistance of the bargaining agents. But also as part of this discussion is what the councilwoman was referring to, and what Councilman Brown, in his closing remarks when he left us to join the county commission, was firm about, is this is an opportunity, rightfully or wrongfully. This is the time we all agreed that we have to start looking at how a new employee is to be compensated. We are not going to disturb our deal with the existing employees, because that would be illegal and it would be unfair. But as to new employees, I think we really have to look at a different compensation structure. This is the opportunity to get that into place, and I feel that we have to really have our discussion as to a new standard of pay for public employees, new benefits for public employees. And I say this is for the new ones, so anybody who's presently here need not worry that we're going to be taking anything away because of the contractual obligations as well as the moral commitment that we made. So what I would like to do is have a discussion about long-term solutions and not just the immediate problem. We've made tremendous strides. I think we're the only jurisdiction, the only municipality where the employees have come to the table, where they have allowed the opening of their agreements, where they have participated in making adjustments as far as their benefits are concerned, and I think that's definitely a step in the right direction. But there will come a time when there will be future discussions by our staff in the collective bargaining process that I believe we have to take a different approach, and I think that that is probably the sense of the council from what I heard during our last session in chambers there. So what I'd like to do is I'd like you to continue working with the two outstanding bargaining units. Hopefully that we'll be able to come to some resolution to solve our immediate problems and get the short term into good shape and slow the growth as far as the existing situation. But at the same time, I guess I come from the private sector, as most of us do, and there's no way in the world that businesses in the private sector can exist making the kind of promises that we have made in the past and taking them to the future. It just doesn't work that way. Wherever I go, I'm told of massive layoffs, and you read every day somebody's laying off somebody, and that's without the kind of growth that city employees have benefited from during the very good times that we've experienced. I mean, this is not something that happened because there wasn't money out there and there weren't guns to our head. We were generous at times that were good to the city, but that no longer exists, and we have to stop that trend. And we have to make sure in stopping that trend that we still provide the services to our constituents that they have become used to. They have to be affordable, and we have to make sure that their quality of life is at the standard that they've come to enjoy. So I'm going to suggest to Mayor Pro Tem, when you make your motion to accept the report, that you also request...
You're doing a good job, sir.
Well, I hope that you request the city manager to set up a labor negotiation briefing session for all the council in February, before the discussions take place, and that we can talk about strategy, and we can come to some kind of a consensus we're not allowed to come to consensus, that violates the open meeting law, but come to some kind of an understanding as to what the alternatives are and perhaps give you some direction that you'll be able to rely upon during the upcoming negotiations and when we have our new collective bargaining meetings. As I say, this is for the employee of the future, and this is the opportunity today to address compensation by the city to new employees from now forward. So that would be my request.
So moved, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 42 is discussion and possible action regarding a memorandum of understanding between the Las Vegas Employees Association and the City of Las Vegas regarding the current labor agreement. Ms. Fretwell.
Mayor, members of the council, I described in the earlier item most of the key points of the agreement before you for consideration. I was asked some questions yesterday by Councilman Wolfson that I thought might be very interesting for the entire council to see this morning. But before I go there, I'd just like to say, one, I really appreciate the leadership of CEA working with us. I think they really listened to their membership as evidenced by their vote. It was 91% to 9% the other night in favor of this agreement. Overwhelming. More popular than the mayor in the last election.
Tell me it ain't so.
Not to make light of a very serious situation, but I think it is telling that the vast majority of the represented members of that union came forward to support their leadership in this agreement with city management. And I think that speaks for itself, and it speaks volumes for what our employees are willing to do to continue to keep our services going to our citizens that are vital and important for this community. Some will say it's not enough. You will hear that. Some will say it is not enough. But for now, barring any unforeseen circumstances, barring any continued decline in our revenue picture, it meets the financial model that we presented to you in October and will present again to you in March. And I think every one of those labor leaders understand that if the revenues continue to tail off, we may have to do more. But for now, this meets what we need. And I think it's setting a new standard. I haven't heard of another local government in Southern Nevada who's been able to reach an agreement like this and a collective bargaining agreement that's not open for negotiation. They were willing to come to the table and work with us, and so my hat's off to them for doing that. Now, for the magnitude of the impact, I mentioned in the earlier presentation that over the next 5 years, you would see an impact that escalates from about $1.4 million next year up to $7.7 million if the reduction is in place in each year of reduced costs in our labor, wages, and benefit lines in your budget. That's pretty significant. It's almost $23 million in total over 5 years. And Councilman Wolfson asked me yesterday to maybe go over what the impact might be to an individual employee. What does this mean? So Mr. Vincent worked on some slides for me, and I'll show those to you because I think it shows you two different kinds of employees. As the mayor and Councilman Tarkanian referenced a couple of minutes ago, what would this do for a new hire? How different would things be for a new hire? As you know, when a new hire comes in, they're going to have steps and COLA and all the other benefit packages. So you can see that we've taken a little edge off the growth rate. So instead of an employee coming in, starting at a base wage of $50,000 in 5 years, instead of making about $74,000 a year, they'd be making $70,000 a year in 5 years. It's still a very high growth rate. There's no question about that. But it is tempered by this agreement. If you take a topped-out employee, what does this do to their growth rate? Now, this assumes someone would be topped out at $50,000, and I realize that may not be realistic, but just for illustration purposes, I think this works. This shows the impact of longevity for a 10-year employee going forward. So it tempers the growth about the same amount. Their relative growth rate would be quite a little bit less. They would actually, instead of making $59,000, almost $60,000, they would be making close to $57,000. So when you look at the individual impact on an individual employee, this gives you a good sense of people who are at the beginning of their career and people who are at the end of their career with the City of Las Vegas.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I may be jumping the gun, and if I am, tell me, but can you also correlate for us the impact that that has on our retirement system?
Well, the numbers that I shared with you, Councilman, in the presentation are both the wage and the benefit reduction, so it's the total savings. If you look at the difference, let's just say this year, in the wages and benefits, if it were just a wage reduction and there was no impact on the benefit structure, we would be saving $1.1 million this year. With the impact on the benefit system, like contributions to PERS, that savings grows to $1.4 million. In the fifth year, if this was a wage-only impact, the impact of savings would be $6 million. When you add in the reduction in the benefits, that changes to $7.7 million. So you can see not only the impact of the compounding of reducing the growth and the wage rate, you can also see the impact on the benefit growth rate through this kind of agreement. If there are no further questions on this item, I would recommend approval of the MOU.
Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilman Barlow.
Okay, Mr. Fairwell, if you'll go back to the first legend,
New hire?
the new hire. I just want to see that comparison again. And if you can just go back through that for me again, in the sense of we're looking at a new hire coming in at $50,000.
Right.
And over the course of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 year period, this new hire on this scale would
Make
be making approximately
$70,000.
$70,000 versus if in fact we were to they were to come in with no changes, they would be at $75,000.
74 and change.
Right. So the difference of the two is
About $4,000.
$4,000 and some change.
Right.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman? Thank you.
Thank you.
Betsy, and to all, I too would like to join my colleagues in thanking the CEA members and management. I see you standing here, Bruce. I don't know if Tommy's here, but we asked you to rise to the challenge, and our members did. And so publicly, I would like to thank you and your members for doing that. The 1% reduction is a move in the right direction. I asked Betsy in the last couple of weeks and Mr. Vincent if that was enough, and we're not sure. We've met our challenge, as the mayor said, but we've built in certain triggers which will allow us unilaterally, if those triggers are met, to make further adjustments. None of us up here on this dais want to lay off employees, and we're doing everything we can, and I think we've met the challenge to avoid that. But I've publicly stated that, like the mayor, and I think I may have been one of the first persons many, many months ago to be committed to not just the short-term but the long-term effect. And I asked you in our briefing yesterday, I said, well, how many new hirees will we have in calendar year 09? And the answer was just critical employees, just a few. So although there is a need to address the new hirees, and I agree with you, Mayor, it is necessary, and I'm committed with you to do that, that isn't the immediate problem, because the immediate problem is addressing the immediate budget needs. But I think that I join with you, Mayor, in the necessity of doing that. I'm also committed to equality among all our employees. Now, we just, assuming the council votes in the affirmative, have addressed about 50% of our need through the CEA, which is about 50% of our employees. And assuming the POA and their members vote in the next couple of days, we've got another 200 or so, 220 employees that are meeting our 1% goal. But we've still got another 40 or 45% of our employees, and I look forward to discussions with those bargaining units. But that's not enough, in my opinion. And I like the fact that the sheriff is working on a cost containment model. Those were the terms you used, with potentially a zero increased budget that he's going to submit. But to use your words, Betsy, this may not be obtainable without concessions by Metro's 3 bargaining units that we don't have direct control over like we do with our 4 bargaining units. But I'm committed to doing what's fair for one is what's fair for all. And should you, Mayor, appoint me to the Fiscal Affairs Committee, it is that committee that has direct input and direct communication with Metro and with Sheriff Gillespie. And I'm committed to, if I ask a firefighter to make a concession, now I'm only, if I am on this Fiscal Affairs Committee, I only have 1 vote out of 5, but I'm committed to asking our other public safety employees to make a similar concession, because I think we're all in this together. I can't imagine asking any city employee to take a concession and not asking another city employee to make a similar concession. So I look forward to working towards those goals as well.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, may I have the motion, please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gentlemen. Yeah. You certainly have the right to get that mic.
Well, we just have a couple of comments to make. This is Bruce Snyder, General Counsel for the LVCEA. We'd like to thank our members, and I think the vote of 91% to 9% showed that although only a few percent could have faced layoffs, they looked out for the best interest of their fellow workers, and they also looked out for the best interest of the city and the taxpayers in general to do the right thing in this particular instance. As we mentioned in October, we had our ABC plan. The A was to verify the accuracy of the financial numbers we received from the city. We received that report a couple weeks ago. And I think the bottom line on the report was, yes, the general gist of the city's financial situation was correct. Our financial expert did point out a few instances where maybe the city needs to reconsider some pockets of money that might be available to use, and we will have discussions in the near future with the city on some of those issues. The B part of our plan was bargaining unit equity, and Councilman Wolfson, I just enjoyed your comments there, that if one employee is to sacrifice, then we believe all the employees should share in that burden, from the most highly paid executive down to the lowest paid person. And I think we accomplished some of that in Section 2 of our agreement, where we put in some conditions for future 1% reductions. There were some contingencies that would need to be met. I think we arrived at a situation where we came to an agreement because the city had certain needs which we understood, and our employees also had certain needs which the city managers understood also. Our employees like stability, they like predictability, just like you do. And I think by having this extension, they get to know in the future where they're headed. And there's also some assurance that there would only be layoffs under certain conditions. So with that said, we too would recommend approval of this agreement.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Yes, I'm Don King, the Vice President for the LVCEA. I would like to thank our membership first for coming forward and trying to take whatever steps necessary to protect jobs. We've been through one series of layoffs last year with the building department, and I know even our efforts here are not going to prevent another layoff with the building department, which is coming up later this year. I wish we could do more for those folks. I would recommend approval of this as well.
Thank you very much. All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. King, I got to tell you, I'm really disappointed in your group. I told the mayor and Larry Brown 5 or 6 months ago, I said, if we ever get this vote to the people, I says it'll be overwhelming. It'll be over 95% of the employees will support it.
I said the same thing about my last election, so we were both wrong.
But I do want to commend you. I think it's important that the message you took to your employees, and I know that we are in dire straits, and I know that working together we can get through it. I also am quite confident that the other groups within the city of Las Vegas will do the same thing that your great leadership has shown today. No doubt in my mind that we will be able to work with the other bargaining units, and we'll be able to come to a resolution there also. Your Honor, I'm going to make a motion that we follow the CEA's recommendation as well as staff recommendation for approval of this item.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? No, this is,
Yes, sir.
no, this is not a public speaking item, but thank you.
Okay, I just want to say thank you to both sides, all sides. I'm not with the city. I'm not an employee or a union member.
Thank you.
I'm a city resident.
Good. Thank you. Want to tell us your name for the record?
Sure. Yes, sir. Ronald Zepeda.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did we vote on that yet? Okay. And it was unanimous? Yes. All right, passed. Very good. Item 43 is discussion and possible action on offering the voluntary separation program to certain full-time, regular, non-probationary employees. Mr. Sanchez. Ms. Ennis.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Orlando Sanchez, Deputy City Manager. The item that is before you, the Voluntary Early Separation Program, is one component of the multifaceted Fundamental Service Review Program, as you just heard from Dr. Salvi, Betsy Fretwell, and Mark Vincent. In developing the program, we had two main objectives. The first one was to reduce the cost of operation, and so as far as possible, these cost reductions accomplished through the Voluntary Separation Program and normal attrition would reduce the chances of layoffs. The second objective was to ensure that the best increase of all stakeholders are being met and that we retain appropriate staffing levels to meet the demands of our citizens. We will accomplish these objectives by requiring the department directors to carefully review each application, keeping in mind that these positions must be vacant for 2 years at minimum, and in some instances the positions may be eliminated. However, as with any agreement or any program, we did provide some flexibility to the rule in that the city manager may consider filling the position early for critical services or operational needs, if appropriate and warranted. I must emphasize that this is only an overview of the program, and any city employee considering the program should contact Human Resources Department for further information. Before I provide the particulars of the program, I would like to acknowledge Claudette Ennis, Judy Tuttle, Sue Brown, and Ann Rubitino-Beck for putting this program together in such short notice. They did an outstanding job. Now for some of the particulars. The eligibility criteria must be a full-time employee, regular status, that means not on probation. Employees with fewer than 5 full years of service working in public safety fields covered by the following collective bargaining agreement are not eligible to participate in the program. That would be the International Association of Firefighters, Police Protective Association, and Peace Officers Association. The program details: the total benefit value shall not exceed $40,000 per individual, and it is based on the sliding scale. And it's as follows. Employees with more than 5 full years of service are eligible to receive 20% of the base salary plus 1.5% of the base pay for each full year service for over 5 full years for a maximum of $40,000 benefit. Employees who have completed 3 to 4 full years of service are eligible to receive 20% of their base salary, again with the $40,000 cap. Employees who have completed 1 to 2 full years of service are eligible to receive 10% of their base salary. Now the options and how they can receive the funding or the benefits. They can receive a cash payment, elect to do insurance coverage that the city paid for, This option is not available for the IAFF or the POA employees who receive coverage from an insurance trust because it's not going through the city. And finally, the city could purchase service credits towards a public employment retirement system up to the cap of the $40,000. An interesting thing about this is the approval process. Like I mentioned before, the directors are going to have to take a critical look at the applicants that come in before them to make sure that they can live without that position for up to 2 years. And after they review it and they approve it, then it comes to the city manager's office. We take a look at it to make sure that it meets our cost savings and that we are going to get our return that we expect and that we need out of the separation. Our main goal of this thing is trying to reduce the overall cost of labor and the impact it has on the city. And it's also just giving an opportunity for employees to take advantage that are at the cusp, ready to leave or want to leave but don't have the financial means to do it. This $40,000 might just get them to where they need to be. We have a very aggressive timeline and set up meetings to meet with individual employees and groups so we can explain it to you. And I'll ask Ms. Ennis to go over that. So, Claudette, please.
Okay. Morning, Mayor and Council.
Morning.
For the record, Claudette Enos, Director of Human Resources. And if the program is approved by the Council today, Human Resources staff is prepared to roll out the VSP later today. We will be set to have the program packets and eligibility criteria posted on our intranet later today. We will also be sending the packets for distribution to all exchange users and to the administrative secretaries of each department for those individuals who may not have either kiosks available or computers available, readily accessible to them. We plan on the enrollment period being from today, January 7, through February 20th, 2009. The final date to submit the application will be February 20th. The final date for employees to withdraw or make changes to their application will be February 27th. And the department directors will have from that February 27th date through to March 6th in order to review. And then the executive team will have through March 13th to review the applications. On March 16, the employees will be notified of the disposition of their applications, and by March 20th, the employee must terminate from the city of Las Vegas. In addition to the timeline, we will have at least 6 presentations to employee groups throughout the city. We will go to the Development Services Center, we'll be at the wastewater treatment plant, the East Las Vegas Service Center, and 2 presentations at the West Yard, and 1 here at the City Hall. Those sessions will occur between January 12 and January 15, and we will also post that schedule on the intranet and have it available to the departments as well so that employees know when and where those sessions will be held.
And Mayor and Council, to address Don King's point, we really stepped at the aggressiveness of this so we can offer the building and safety employees that might be affected, that might be leaving the city services because they are valued employees. We rolled this out a little bit quicker and extended that they not be laid off until they have an opportunity to take advantage of this program. So we did take that into consideration.
Let me ask you a hypothetical, if I may. Let's assume I'm a 40-year-old city employee. I've worked for the city for 10 years. I'd like to leave. I'm making myself $50,000. What would happen?
We've got a calculation worksheet for that employee, Mayor, and we would look at that person's base salary.
$50,000?
Right, the $50,000, and we would go to the employee with 5 or more full years.
Okay.
They'd get 20% on the base, and then for the 5 years, over the 5 years, they'd get an additional 1.5% for the additional 5 years.
Okay, so it's simple math.
Simple math.
With the top, you can't go above 40,000.
Yes, sir.
That's correct, capped at 40.
I got it. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
I have a question. What is the number of eligible employees who may take advantage of the voluntary separation program?
This voluntary separation program differs from the other ones. This one allows any employee that has 1 full year of service or more to apply for this program. The previous ones we had before was geared towards people that had 20 years of service or more that are ready to retire. But this one we felt we'll offer it citywide because different families have different situations, so we thought we'd just offer it citywide.
So what is that number?
Just a minor correction, if we could, Deputy City Manager Sanchez. The 1 year is for all non-public safety, okay? Non-public safety employees.
So what would that number be?
I don't have an exact number
I think we
of
have
those employees.
3,000.
We've got about 3,100 total employees, but I don't know the number of employees, the non-probationary from the non-public safety side, nor the total number of public safety employees with greater than 5 years or greater years of service. I don't know what that total number is, but there are a minimal number of exclusions based on the eligibility criteria that we've established, Councilman Barlow.
What is the guesstimated number that you would anticipate that would take advantage of the voluntary separation?
It is a true guesstimate. Personally, I have estimated 100 or less, but that's simply just a guess.
Right, and I'm not going to hold you to it, but in addition to that, the point, I'm trying to go somewhere with this in the sense of what type of savings, for example, for 100 or less individuals who might take advantage of the voluntary separation program, what type of savings would that be to the city?
Councilman, when we, on this process here, and it depends on the individuals that take advantage of this, but the way we're doing this, when we did this, rolled this out, I believe in 2003 or 2004, and that approximately we did that voluntary separation program, it paid back the amount that we paid to the employees, and within 3 months we received all the funding for the cost of the program. And to this date, we're still realizing about a 20% savings of the overall staff, that people that retired. So it is a win-win for the city. It's a win for the city, and it's a win for the employees that they take advantage and are able to leave the city. And also one other point that I need to bring out, we're rolling this out really quick right now because we do have some financial resources we're able to offer this program. There is no guarantee that we'll be able to offer this in the future, but right now we do have some financial resources because of the vacancy factor that we have and extending it. Also, we're having it done by March, so we'll be able to establish a few more months of savings before the end of June that will hopefully pay for the 40,000 or the individuals that take advantage of the program.
So in previous years, we've established approximately a 20%.
Yes, sir. And that was when we filled positions. This one here, we're going to take a critical look at the positions, and we're going to keep them vacant for 2 years.
Correct.
And some positions are going to be vacated, so the savings are potential to be significantly higher.
Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez, I see that on the conditions that the city does not guarantee that all applicants will receive the final approval. What would prohibit, other than the exclusions in the requirements, what would prohibit someone from not being able to participate?
With that there, it's up to the department director. If he has a critical position where he feels that, or she feels that they're not able to work without that individual, they will not approve their leaving the city and take advantage of this program. It's just based on necessity and the criticalness of that position.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Steinman.
Thank you. And I was going to go further on that. If a person believes they're aggrieved by that decision, by that director, do they have an appeal process or does it die?
The city manager's office and the executive team will be reviewing the decision of the department director's council.
But if the director says no and the employee wants to push the issue, is there a process?
I believe there will be. They can always appeal to the city manager's office, and there is some
It
flexibility.
didn't say it in the instructions. That's why I was asking.
And Councilman Steinman, there is some flexibility in there that the city manager has the right to override and say, yes, we can shorten the time frame if it's that critical of a position. Instead of paying this high salary person, we'll bring in someone at a lower rate, and she does have the option to do that.
Because I see a director saying, I really don't want to have that position vacant for 2 years, and I'm not going to approve it. And I don't want to see those kind of spats going on over this situation. So
Yes, sir.
if you have the appeal process set up, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilor Wilson.
Mayor Goodman. The program is only eligible for full-time employees.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the packet that was given to me, the last page is titled Purchase of Service Program. Is that the same program?
The purchase of service program is just a copy, Councilman, of the document for that option that deals with purchase of service credit with the Public Employee Retirement System.
It's separate from the voluntary separation.
It is separate from the voluntary separation and just included in the packet for those individuals that have an interest in pursuing purchase of service time with Nevada PERS.
Okay, and that's my point, is that we're really offering our employees two types of programs to enter into. The first one is a voluntary separation, where if their application is approved, they resign under the contractual agreement they've reached with the city. The second option is this purchase of service program, where they're not resigning. They're buying years into the PERS program. Is that right?
Councilman, that's always been available for
Okay.
individuals to buy into the PERS system. But what this allows them to do, if they take the option for the city to buy into their PERS program, it lets them know what they're eligible for, how much it will cost them to buy a year's service into the PERS system.
But is the purchase of service program open to well, you just answered my question.
And
You don't have to apply for the voluntary separation to be eligible for the purchase of service program. That's a
Yes.
separate option that's available to anybody.
No, sir. It is for the applicants of the voluntary separation program. One of the compensation options is to divert the monies that you would receive to the purchase of service credit. The obligation to retire by that March 20th date is still there for those individuals that are purchasing service.
Okay. But the purchase of service program as an independent program is available to any employee? Say, separate and apart from this voluntary service?
Yes, sir.
Or voluntary separation program?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Directly with PERS. That's between the
I understand.
individual employee.
And I believe there is some criteria. You have to work so many years before you can actually buy into it. I'm sure Betsy's very familiar with it, so she can probably...
You have to be vested, so you have to have 5 years in PERS service before you can buy any time.
The only distinction I
And
was
you can only
drawing
buy 5 years.
is that the last page of what you gave me talks about this. I'm going to call it a separate program. I know it's attached to the voluntary separation as well, but it's also an independent option for our employees as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Orlando, do I have to get the mayor to sign my voluntary separation sheet? No, I think it's a good program. I just hope that people take advantage of it and they realize the benefits from it. I would follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, Your Honor.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed?
No, vague.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much. Okay. Item 44, this is discussion and possible action regarding a second amendment to disposition and development agreement between Office District Parking 1, Inc. and City Mark Jewel, LLC, for the development of a mixed-use residential project at 353 Bonneville Avenue, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. Adams.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This respects a second amendment to the disposition and development agreement between Office District Parking 1 and City Mark Jewel LLC. I think this requires a little bit of background. The land that's under the Jewel project that's just about ready to open was previously owned by the city through one of its nonprofits, Office District Parking 1 Corporation. We sold the land to City Mark for the Jewel project under a structured takedown where they made a down payment of $2 million and deferred the balance through the sale of their units of $3.2 million. CityMark was going to install a sewer system and tie into a planned system that was going to run down Bonneville as part of the Clark-Bonneville couplets. That project was delayed as a result of the work that we've been doing with the Live Work Las Vegas project. As you know, that's been a very complicated project to figure out all of the right-of-ways, how that all is going to work. As a result of that, CityMark incurred expenses of about $185,000 that they didn't anticipate to install their own connections into the sewer system that they otherwise wouldn't have had to do. So we are recommending an amendment to the agreement that would provide additional escrow instructions to give them a credit against the sale proceeds that they owe us at closing in the amount of that $185,000. We think this is warranted. It was a fairly unusual situation that occurred, and we also believe it's in the best interest of the city for the Jewel project to be as successful as possible, given that we are somewhat a partner with them in terms of realizing sale proceeds from the sale of their units against the land purchase they made from the city. So with those considerations, staff recommends approval. Alex Beaton is here representing CityMark and the Jewel project to answer any questions that you might have about the Jewel project.
Thank you. Mr. Beaton, I'd love to hear what you expect to be taking place once you open the doors for occupancy there, which I understand is just around the corner. And during our briefing yesterday, Mr. Adams actually expressed some very positive news and information to us, and I think it's important that people hear what you think about this.
Okay. Good morning. Alex Beaton with CityMark Development. Thank you for having me this morning. We hope to receive our temporary certificate of occupancy for Jewel on Monday. Scott Adams and his staff, especially the people over at DSC, have been extremely helpful to get all of our issues signed off. We anticipate in the month of January closing upwards of 30 to 40 units in the month of January. We have currently 220 contracts for sale. Those are contracts with non-refundable deposits. Unfortunately, due to the economic conditions, we are estimating about 50 of those contracts simply just not being able to perform. Those people would unfortunately lose their deposits. We envision closing about 180 or so units over the next 3 or 4 months and continuing our sales process until all 341 units are sold. We also have on the ground floor a significant amount of retail space, and we're speaking with what I would consider downtown services oriented retail tenants. I can't say exactly what, but I could say one of them serves something that you drink in the morning, and one of them serves something you drink in the evening. No, not you, sir.
Oh, okay.
But our goal is to make Jewel a very lights-on building with a significant amount of street-level activity, and the help of Scott Adams and his staff over these 4 years that we've been working on this has been wonderful. And we thank you for your support as well.
Well, he indicated to us that there is a mortgage lender that's available to you as well.
We are working with a mortgage lender. It's been a difficult process. I can't say exactly who it is because it's some ongoing discussions. I'm sure you understand that. But there was a time where there were not mortgage lenders, right, up until recently, as you know. But we have two mortgage lenders who have significantly stepped up and will be able to help our buyers close escrow.
Well, because we are partners, any help that the city can continue to give you, please reach out for it, because I've always said, in my personal opinion, that Jewel is probably the most important project in the urban core. If it's successful, and I know it will be, and the lights are on, as you say, they will be 365 days a year, that will transform the way people look at our downtown and will be the beginning of the critical mass that will attract all these other amenities and necessary things in order to make a great downtown area.
We're almost done, sir.
Good, thank you.
I'm going to make a motion for approval of this item, Your Honor. Before I do, Alex and Mr. Gustafson has invited us to tour the Jewel. There's been a tour set up, I think, for about 2:30 on Monday. If any council members or any of the staff would like to go with us, they're more welcome to go with us. So my motion would be for approval of this item, and I want to thank Alex for working with us as closely as he has over the years.
Thank you, sir.
Terrific. Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, item 45 is discussion and possible action regarding the proclamation and order declaring the 2009 City of Las Vegas municipal election. Ms. Bridges.
Well, in the interest of time, I'll make both my items very short for you. Our Article 5 of the City Charter and NRS puts control of our municipal elections in the hands of our City Council. Your proclamation and order sets the offices to be voted on and the polling locations that will be used on Election Day. I'd like to ask that today it be amended to include consolidated polling locations, which I've submitted a copy for the record.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You need to read item 46.
Oh, okay. Item 46 is report on selection of permanent and temporary polling locations for early voting during the 2009 City of Las Vegas municipal election.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
In addition to the proclamation and order which sets our election today, we will have our Election 2009 website, which will be out by Friday on our city's homepage. We offer that so that the citizens have access to election information 24 hours a day. And we, again, this year will have a lot of our election information for our voters in our Spanish for our Hispanic voters. The amendment today is what I'm requesting you approve, and it will set forth our 2009 election.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Bridges? Comments?
Yes, Mayor Goodman.
Yes, Councilman.
This might sound a little stupid, but Mr. Jervik, is there any conflict of interest because 3 of our wards are up during this election to vote on this item?
No.
And then secondly, and I don't want to violate any other rules or anything, but tell us about what is the spring election? What's up? And
we have 3 council seats and we have 3 judges. We have wards 2, 4, and 6, and we have seats 1, 3, and 5 at the municipal court. We don't have any questions at this time, and those are the seats that will be on the April primary election. Should any of our candidates be run unopposed, they do not appear on the primary ballot. If our candidates win in the primary election with 50% plus 1 vote, they will not appear on the general election. And that has happened to us on several occasions.
And when is the filing period for those offices?
We start on Tuesday, January 27th, and it runs through Friday on February 6th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. On item number 45, I would move to approve the proclamation order from the 2009 municipal election.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed?
Looking out for you, Ross.
Motion carries.
On item 46, I think it's just a report.
Yeah, the report is required by NRS that I give you a report. We have 17 neighborhood sites for our early vote. That will have us in 2 locations on every day in the city for the entire 14 days. Then we also have 2 permanent sites, which is the Meadows Mall and our city clerk's office here at City Hall, which is open every day except Sundays during the time of early vote for 14 days.
Thank you very much.
Comment?
Thank you for the report.
Can I make a comment?
Oh, certainly.
You're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Item 47 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new package license subject to Health Department regulations for Cheyenne and Lee, Inc., doing business as Lee's Discount Liquor at 10470 West Cheyenne, Suite 130 in Ward 4.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicants that we have before you today have met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this packaged liquor license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Would you like to be heard?
Good afternoon, mayors and city council members. My name is Heron Lee, Lee's from Lee's Discount Liquor, 10470 West Cheyenne Road.
Thank you, sir. All right, are there any comments or questions?
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm sorry, Councilman Steinman, but I would hope that he meets our minimum criteria. Mr. Lee is one of our most upstanding, finest citizens, and it just sounds kind of funny that he meets our minimum criteria for approval.
All right, Councilman Steinman.
At Planning Commission, we've had a lot of time with Mr. Lee recently on an issue in Ward 6, and we feel like we know him well, and I would move for approval of this item.
Thank you. Let's
Thank you, sir.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Item 48 will be trailed to be heard in conjunction with item number 87 in the afternoon session, so we're going to move on to item number 49. 49 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new tavern license, Stoney's North 40 LLC, doing business as Stoney's North 40 at 4949 North Rancho Drive. This is in Ward 6. Ms. Meyer.
Again, Mayor, members of council, the applicants have met our criteria, not minimum criteria, for consideration of temporary approval for this tavern license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions, and I believe they have a representative here that could answer any questions and tell you about their operation.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members. Dean Kajioka, 810 South Casino Center Boulevard. Good morning, or good afternoon. If you have any questions, I'm available.
All right, thank you, sir. What type of an establishment is Stoney's North 40?
It is a country western themed nightclub located within the Santa Fe Station Casino.
Very good.
So it's actually within their facilities.
Very good. All right, thank you. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kajioki?
Yes.
Did I pronounce it correctly?
Kajioka, close.
Kajioka.
Close enough.
It is about time, and I wish Stoney all the success in the world out there. It's a great location, and you should have no problem filling that thing up all the time, because I know the residents out in the Northwest have been asking for something like that. So we wish you all the luck in the world and all the success. And with that, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
I just want to point something out to Councilwoman Tarkanian. Her son and I used to be former law partners, and I'm not sure if she's aware of this, but I currently handle some legal matters for him. Just wanted to disclose that.
I didn't know that.
That's why I thought I'd point it out.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Jervik?
Thank you so much. Mr. Jervik?
Could you advise the councilwoman?
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
And thank you for making that disclosure.
Sure, Your Honor.
Right.
Now there is.
While they're delivering, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, we have a two-part test that we apply to this. One is the objective part, and the other is the subjective part. And I think Mr. Redline and I are down to the subjective part, which is there anything about this gentleman's representation of your son that you think would interfere with your impartial judgment?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it would affect my vote, because quite honestly, I'm only now in the place that I know.
And let me make clear for the record, it's only Councilwoman Tarkanian's son that you are doing legal work for, not for the councilwoman herself.
Well, no, he's doing work for the businesses, though, and it might be a family business. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know what he's doing. Are you doing it for is it a family?
Well, it's
Because
related.
Danny does our family.
Right, it's related to some commercial property that he runs,
Okay.
so I'm not sure if it's for the
It
family or
might
not.
involve me. I think I'd better recluse myself to be.
Yeah. If there's any chance that you might be involved in
Yeah.
the
And I
commercial
could be,
transaction.
because I don't keep up with that, and if it involves family, then I should recluse myself.
All right, thank you very much, Councilman Ross.
Thank you very much.
Before I finish the motion, you guys offered the line dancing lessons down there, am I correct?
Well, we are planning to offer line dancing lessons, yes.
I just want to pose a challenge to my council members that all of you take at least one line dancing lesson while you're in your term. Includes you, Councilman Steinman, and my motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
I'm going to have to vote against this now.
I will be there.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Abstain. In the middle one.
I'm sorry.
Right.
I use it so seldom.
Thank you.
Yes.
He doesn't want to dance.
Thank you.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Item 50 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new restricted gaming license for Wash and Fun Laundromat LLC, doing business as Wash and Fun Laundromat at 4425 Stewart Avenue, Suite 101 in Ward 3. Ms. Meyer.
Again, the applicants have met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this item, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions. And one of the applicants is here to answer any questions you may have.
Yes, sir.
I'm Sanford Feld, 4425 East Stewart Avenue. We've gotten the approval from the state on December 18th, so they thoroughly investigated us and found that there was no problems there, and I'd be happy to take any questions from any of the councilmen and councilwomen.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, hearing none, Councilman Reese.
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you. May I make a cost-cutting suggestion to the city?
Sure.
Currently, North Las Vegas and Henderson accepts the state's recommendation. Currently, only Las Vegas conducts their own separate investigation. If Las Vegas changed the rule to accept the state's recommendation, they would save a lot of time and money investigating people who have already been approved.
Well, I appreciate that, but we trust our staff and don't necessarily trust others. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Beverly, just for the record, would you put me down for a yes vote on item number 49? Thanks.
Item 53 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of beer, wine, cooler on sale license for Six Tables, Inc., doing business as Six Tables at 2110 North Rampart Boulevard in Suite 110. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, in July of 2008, the Six Tables was up for review, and a permanent license was granted at that time with a 6-month review of the immigration status of Ms. Levy's husband. Today I have been brought a letter from a law firm representing Mr. Levy in regards to his current status here in the United States. I'll have this entered into the record, but essentially what it does say is the attorney is asking for an additional 6 months to be able to resolve this particular matter. They have filed the documents with the Immigration Services, but it's going to take some time for that to be processed and for that to be approved. So with this submitted on record, I would recommend, again, just another review of the permanent license 6 months from this day.
All right, thank you. Ms. Levy?
I'm Gail Levy, owner of Six Tables Restaurant, 2110 Rampart in Summerlin, and thank you for your patience on this issue, if that's possible.
Thank you very much. All right, any questions or comments? We'll have Councilman Steinman.
This restaurant has a very fine reputation in our neighborhood.
Thank you.
And so I'm going to move for approval of the recommendation.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries, and good luck.
Thank you.
Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of conditions of a tavern's license for Dominic L. Lano, doing business as Club 2100 at 2100 Fremont Street. This is in Ward 3. DiFiore.
Mayor and members of the council, this is the final review of the application here for Club 2100. It's been on a temporary license 2 times now, and this would be up for consideration for a permanent license. At the last city council meeting, where we did have a review of the condition, there was a change from a condition of providing live entertainment only on Saturdays, ceasing at 2 a.m., changing that to live entertainment on Sundays, ceasing at 2 a.m. on Monday. Having said that, today, Mr. Lano is seeking a recommendation for a permanent license, and over the last 6 months, we have run calls for service, and I want to just bring it to the council's attention that essentially there were 32 calls for service that were attributed to Club 2100 at 2100 Fremont Street. Of those 32, there were 3 citations and 2 arrests. Generally speaking, those were outside the club, on the premises or near the premises of the business itself, but it does raise some concern that we do have this kind of activity ongoing at Club 2100. My recommendation today would be to have the permanent license approved with a review within the next 6 months, and I'll explain that a little bit. We have an individual who's come forward for lender suitability. He is still going through a background investigation. The outcome of that is probably going to be within the next 6 months, and I would like to suggest a permanent license being approved with a review at the time that that investigation is completed. At that time, we can also do calls for service and see if there are any other concerns that the City Council may have on this location.
Thank you. Mr. Leno.
Yes, my name's Dominic Leno, the owner of Club 2100. I'd just like to thank Mr. DeFiore for all of his help. We've been working very closely with Metro in the area, the sergeants in the area. Sometimes there are some problems because we have no re-entry. Sometimes people, once they get outside, we don't have much control over them. So we're just trying to have security outside as well to make sure when people leave the tavern that they're actually getting in their vehicles and leaving the property as well. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions of either of the gentlemen? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
I understand that the new applicant for partnership in this is a retired police officer, so maybe he'd have enough clout to watch the outside of it for you, too. This is I don't want to say a rough neighborhood or a tough neighborhood, but we do have a lot of people hanging around in and around this area, and I just applaud you for going in there and trying to make a success out of this location.
Thank you.
Hopefully, when we get that new project a little bit further west open, it'll kind of help clean up the area also. So I just hope that we can work with you and make this a real success. So I'm going to follow staff's recommendation, and do we need 6 months, Mr. DeFiore, or can we do it in 3 months?
We can do it in a shorter time, but it would be dependent upon the completion of the investigation on the applicant that's come forward. And if I may ask for clarification of my own motion or recommendation for motion, would that be to have the condition of live entertainment limited to Sunday nights only?
Yes.
Okay. Then that would be my recommendation. We can bring it back forward as soon as the investigation is completed.
That'd be fine.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
55 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of temporary martial arts instruction license for Dillo's Training Center, LLC, doing business as Karate for Kids, ATA, at 4840 East Bonanza Road, Suites 2 and 3, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, in your investigative books, you do have a completed Metro investigative report with areas of concern.
I'll be quite frank with you. I didn't get an investigative book this week. Oh, when did that come in? All right, I'll share it with the Mayor Pro Tem. I have not seen this before today.
I apologize for that. We'll certainly correct that.
Okay. I see, okay. All right, I see the pertinent portion. Yes, sir.
Okay. I've had discussion with Mr. and Mrs. Dillo, who are the applicants here. They currently have a temporary license to operate the martial arts studio. In my meeting with them, they did come forward with a proposal, and due to the area of concern, they have proposed that Mr. Dillo not be physically present on the business location while they're attempting to sell the business to another certified instructor that is currently working for them. If this condition was allowed to be approved, they would stay on a temporary license until the business was sold. I do believe that their temporary license and the last temporary license on this would expire on March 9th. So they need to work fast to sell the business, and that would be to continue to have the business open on a temporary basis with Mr. Dillo physically not present at the location. Mrs. Dillo would be one of the certified instructors, and their buyer, who is also a certified instructor, would be responsible for continuing the instruction to the students. So that would be my recommendation to the City Council.
All right, thank you. Folks, be happy to hear from you.
Travis Dillo.
And Robin Dillo.
Would you like to say anything?
No, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Any questions of Mr. and Mrs. Dillo or Mr. DiFiore? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would ask Mr. Dillo, have you been on site, working as we speak right now?
I'm sorry.
Are you working there right now?
No, sir. Up to this point, it's been Mrs. Dillo from day one that's basically run this operation. And so really my involvement at the location, I haven't been there for months to this point.
I'm really stretching myself today to allow this to stay open, but with the condition that you won't be there,
correct,
that will be fine, but I will not extend this until after the March 9th deadline. And that's what Mr. DeFiore said, that you should be able to have another buyer in there. But
Yes, sir, and
we will allow it. I will make a motion to allow it to stay open until March the 9th.
Mayor Pro Tem, with
Yes.
your permission, does that include, and perhaps it does, that he have no contact
Yes, absolutely,
with
yes,
any
yes.
kids? I mean, sometimes there are other places where they sign up patrons. Your motion would include that he have no contact with anybody that wants to come and train at the facility.
Yes.
All right. Is that agreeable, folks?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Let's vote on that, please.
Before you vote, Your Honor, if I could also make another suggestion, I want to make it absolutely clear that the motion includes no, he cannot be on premises, no contact, and I would also like the applicant to agree that if there is any violation, that Mr. DeFiore has unqualified authority to shut the business immediately.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. That's
Does the applicant agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Item 56 is the oversight panel for school facilities. Councilwoman Tarkanian served in that capacity. Her term expired on December 31st. She's indicated that she'd like to pass the torch on, and I asked Councilman Wolfson whether he would take over this responsibility. He agreed, and my motion is to appoint Councilman Wolfson to the oversight panel for school facilities. Let's vote on that, please.
What vote on that?
Yes. Don't vote no. Post, please. Good. Motion carries. Item 57 is the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, RTC Advisory Committee on Bus Bench Shelter Construction and Maintenance. The two persons who were serving, William McCurdy, his term expires January 4th of this year, and Mel Irwin, his term expires January 4th of 2009. The procedure is to have new appointments or to reappoint these gentlemen to their particular positions. I believe that Councilwoman Tarkanian had recommended Mr. Irwin originally, and Councilman Brown had recommended Mr. McCurdy originally. So we'll ask Commissioner Steinman, do you have any recommendation?
No, I do not, Mr. Mayor. I didn't know this issue was on Mr.
Okay, so we want to debate for 2 weeks and
That
then
would
try
be
to
fine.
find
Yes.
one. Very good. So as to the McCurdy seat, we'll obey that for 2 weeks. And Councilwoman, as to Mr. Irwin?
My recommendation was to reappoint him, and
Very
he
good.
agreed.
Well, that would be the motion then, to obey Mr. McCurdy for 2 weeks and to reappoint Mr. Irwin immediately. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items, I'm going to do these all at once. Items 58, this is City Parkway 5, Inc., the resignation of Director Douglas Selby, with his resignation effective January 8, 2008, and Steve Houchins, who resigned December 14, 2008. Then we have item 59, which is City Parkway 4A, Inc., resignation of Directors Douglas Selby, resignation effective January 8, 2008, and Steve Houchins, resigned December 14, 2008. And finally, number 60, Office District Parking 1, Inc., resignation of Director Douglas Selby, resignation effective January 8, 2008, and Steve Houchins, resigned December 14, 2008. It's recommended that we appoint Scott Adams and Elizabeth Fretwell to take the place as directors on these three items, and that would be my motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Selby, for your service. Item 61 is the Child Care Licensing Board. The term of Diana Saffold Cooks, it expires June 2011. She resigned. I have to abstain because the particular agency supervises the Meadow School where my wife is affiliated. So I'll turn it over to the Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilman Barlow is to recommend his coterminous appointee, filling Mrs. Saffold Cook's unexpired term. The appointee must be a city resident, may be a licensed operator of a child care facility, or may be a citizen member. Councilman Barlow, do you have anybody to appoint?
Yes, at this time I would like to appoint Ms. Chandra Armstrong to fill the vacant seat of Diana Saffold Cooks, who actually served the ward well as the appointee from Ward 5.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 62 is the Planning Commission. The term of David Steinman. It expires June of 2009. He resigned December the 19th of 2008. The procedure is for the appointment of a new member to represent Ward 4. That term will be contemporaneous with that of Councilman Steinman. Councilman, do you have a...
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to obey this for 2 weeks, please.
Okay, very good.
That's my motion.
Very good. Thank you. Let's vote on the abeyance. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 63 is Bill Number 2008-54. Requires all streets and drives that do not terminate in an intersection to terminate in a circular cul-de-sac. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 28-54, an ordinance to require all streets and drives that do not terminate in an intersection to terminate in a cul-de-sac and to provide for the related matters.
Councilman, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move to follow staff's recommendation on approval.
Yes. Did you want to be heard on that?
Yes, I do, please.
Okay.
We think that this shouldn't happen, that the circulars, okay, first of all...
You have to identify yourself, please.
Oh, June Ingram, Charleston Neighborhood Preservation. The streets are part of the drainage system, and water needs to be able to drain out of the cul-de-sacs. And we think that this shouldn't happen, and would this be retroactive if they do start putting around cul-de-sacs in the building police places?
I don't know. Perhaps Councilman Ross could address that.
I can, Your Honor, if I may, and before Councilman Barlow makes that motion. What the city had instituted long ago was these hammerhead configurations on the ends of these streets instead of a full regular cul-de-sac where we've been so used to. And that's what this does. It brings those full cul-de-sacs back and eliminates the opportunity for those hammerheads, so to speak, or just dead ends. So this has nothing to do with the drainage issues. It actually enhances them. Let me read a statement, if I may. Maybe this will clear some things up. As many of you already know, public safety will be one of my most important priorities, as well as the City of Las Vegas. This ordinance would require developers to work with the city to improve public safety for the families in our community. We have had too many accidents and near misses from large commercial vehicles that back out of long residential streets. One near miss for one child is too many. When the city worked with the home building community, we allowed for a reduction in the street width to 24 feet in order to allow higher density, and as part of the sustainability initiatives with the City of Las Vegas. The city was unable to foresee many of the challenges that our fire, our police, our trash, our delivery, and other large trucks would face without having through streets or a turnaround. Crash gates do not provide the solution. We cannot have a situation where public safety vehicles are trapped on a street or delayed from responding to the next call because other vehicles are blocking them on the road. This ordinance requires that there be a cul-de-sac for these large vehicles to turn around, or for the developers to comply with the sustainability initiatives, which would require through roads and connectivity. This ordinance also provides flexibility for the City Council to consider hardship cases from developers by providing a waiver option to allow them to do this. Anytime we have the opportunity to change our code to protect our families in the Northwest, I think we should. I've asked, of course, Mr. Coyle from Republic Services here, Chief Gammon, Chief Ramontes are both here from Fire and Rescue to give testimony if need be, or to give an explanation of some of the challenges that they're having with the larger vehicles in those small dead-end streets that don't have that big cul-de-sac. So that's what this ordinance is about. Does that help?
Would this be retroactive or just from
No.
this day forward or what?
From this day forward, yes. We certainly can't go back and make them dig up the streets and tear houses down.
I was thinking of that same thing too.
Yeah, no, just from this day forward. And it also gives the home building community, because that was a big concern of the home builders. You know, how is this going to affect us in regards to
There'll be a
this?
loss of land, of course.
Well, there will be.
For
There'll be a loss of a couple of lots. But I sponsored this bill because of the public safety issues, and that's the number one issue here, is the safety issues. I know that Mr. Coyle's folks have had challenges. I know our fire and rescue guys have, and that's just too much. As I stated in my statement, you know, one near miss of a child or someone almost getting backed over by one of these vehicles is too many. So that's what this is about.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Coyle, did you want to be heard?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. Bob Coyle with Republic Services. This ordinance before you is all about safety. The stub street issue has caused Republic Services to back into these stub streets, which is extremely dangerous. Envision a young mother walking into her garage on the way to the store with a baby in her arms and a three-year-old toddler in tow. She pushes the garage door opener. Just as the garage door opens, our garbage truck is backing down one of these stub streets. The young toddler wants to hear the big garbage truck and wants to go see what all the noise is about. How long does it take for a 3-year-old to cover 20 feet and be under the wheels of one of our trucks? Even with the helper directing the driver to safely back the truck, the reaction time for the helper is just not sufficient to prevent a catastrophic accident. After showing Councilmember Ross these streets, he recognized the inherent hazard in these situations and directed this ordinance. We are highly supportive of it.
All right, thank you very much. Chief, did you want to add anything?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Greg Gammon, Fire Chief. We would strongly support this bill also. As an emergency responder, when we go into these hammerheads, we also have to back our large units out. Sometimes we have a patient that's in the back of an ambulance, and when we're looking at minutes and seconds that are critical, it's easier for us to, would rather have a full circle where we can just turn around and keep going instead of getting help to back somebody up. Another issue we have is when we have a fire or an incident at the end of a street that ends at a hammerhead, we can't get our units out. We might have a rescue, we might have somebody that we needed to transport. We get them into our rescue. Now we've got to go find people to move units, and sometimes we can't do that. Sometimes we've got hose pulled, it's laid out, and it's not going to happen. So we'll call in other units. So I would recommend that this get supported.
Thank you very much.
And
Councilor Ross.
one more comment, Your Honor, before Councilman Barlow makes a motion. I want to express my appreciation to you and your team, Chief, for recognizing this, also to Mr. Coyle's team and the efforts, and as well as the home builders and their understanding of why this is important. We included that waiver option just to address those issues they may have in hardship conditions.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 64 is Bill Number 2008-55, amends the Lone Mountain West Master Development Plan and Design Standards to update certain information regarding area acreage, unit counts, and density, and to establish a maximum overall residential density of 7 dwellings units per gross acre. Councilman, do you wish to have it read? Councilor Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would.
Good.
Thank you, Councilman. Before reading the bill, I'd like to ask the clerk if the First Amendment to this bill made it into the backup. Very good. Thank you. With that, Your Honor, I'll read Bill Number 2008-55, First Amendment, in order to amend the Lone Mountain West Master Development Plan and Design Standards to update certain information regarding area acreage, unit counts, and density to establish a maximum overall residential density of 7 dwelling units per acre and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilman, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 65 is Bill Number 2008-57, annexation number ANX 29903, property located approximately 1,350 feet east of the North Wallapai Way alignment, fronting the exit ramp for Clark County Highway 215. Councilman, do you wish to have it read?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Number 28-57, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to prescribed line to be annexed, make it on half of the subject laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, probably related matter.
Thank you. And Councilman, your motion, please.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 66 is Bill Number 2008-60, establishes a framework for transitioning the licensing and regulation of child care facilities within the city to the Nevada Bureau of Services for Child Care and provides for prospective repealer of the city's child care regulations. Councilman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. At the end of the reading of this bill, Mr. Steed is here to present the First Amendment for your consideration.
All right, thank you.
With that, I'd like to read Bill Number 28-60, an ordinance to establish a framework for transitioning the licensing and regulation of child care facilities from the city to the Nevada Bureau of Services for Child Care to conform certain definitions to those used by the Bureau to provide a prospective repealer of the city's child care regulations by related matters. Mr. Steed.
Thank you, Mr. Steed.
Yes, thank you. After this bill was introduced, we identified an additional provision that needs to be repealed in our work card chapter of the code. Currently, a work card is required to work in these facilities that we license, and since we are discontinuing our regulation, we've provided a new Section 3 that will repeal that work card provision and a new Section 5 that will make that repealer effective in May. At the same time, the rest of Chapter 624 is repealed. We recommend approval.
Thank you. Before we vote, I'm going to abstain because of the child care aspect of this in the Meadows School. So with that, Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, move for approval.
Your Honor, before we vote, may I ask a question, please?
Certainly.
Betsy or Doug, I know that this came about as a result of our fundamental service review to try and streamline city government. Are we looking at any other departments that are in a similar situation where there's an overlap of regulation by either the county or the state where we might be able to do a similar thing?
At this point, Councilman, not directly. There were several areas. You may remember we had a whole series of recommendations, some of which the city manager made a decision to eliminate for a variety of reasons. Some of those were related to jurisdictional overlap, in particular with the county. Things like funding triage care and regional homeless coordination and some variety of other areas. We decided at the time probably weren't worth pursuing. We may have to look back at some of those areas in the future in light of the current financial circumstances. But by far, this seems to be the most significant area of overlap and lack of resourcing for the effort and cost for a service that's clearly duplicative.
And then my second question, somebody mentioned, I think it was Mr. Steed, work card during his colloquy. And right now, depending on where the particular applicant is, they may need a city work card or a work card through Metro. Is there also a county work card, or is it just the Metro work card that we're talking about?
Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the reason that the First Amendment has been proposed is because, again, it would be a duplicative service. The state of Nevada in NRS 492A.170 authorizes the state to have a background investigation conducted through the local sheriff's office or the local police department in any area here in the state of Nevada. They do that through the local police departments or the local sheriff's office now by having an FBI fingerprinting check on the employees and the licensees of their regulated facilities. We do the same thing presently with Metro. They do the same FBI fingerprinting background. So again, it's removing something that's already duplicative in NRS statutes.
I remember we had a situation maybe 6 to 12 months ago where we had somebody before us that worked at a 7-Eleven in the county for a few years, and he got a promotion to another 7-Eleven a couple of blocks away, but he moved into the city limits and he had to come back before us. Was that a work card situation, or was that something different?
It was probably a work card situation. The one I recall was an Applebee's,
And when she was in the county, she didn't have to have a work card. When she came to the city, she did. And it's because there is some differences in the language in the work card process for Clark County and the work card process for the city, which we're trying to put together a standardization of that, and we should be coming forward pretty soon with consistent language.
Is there any desire, if you will, to just have one process county-wide versus a county versus a city?
I would recommend the city would do that, yes. But I think it is pretty much the same kind of process.
Okay.
All right. Anything else? Okay. Councilman Barlow, your motion, please.
Yes. Move for approval of this item.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 67 through 69, which are bills 2008-58, 2008-59, and 2008-61. They're eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. New bills, items 70 through 72, which are bills 2009-1 through 2009-3, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, January 20th, 2009. Could you please read those bills?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2009-1, an ordinance to revise the composition of the Records Management Committee, adopt the most recent version of the minimum records retention schedule for local government in Nevada, provide for related matters. Bill 2009-2, an ordinance to amend the Town Center Development Standard Manual regarding the special use permit standards applicable to secondhand dealers to allow the sale of personal computers, laptop computers, and other similar computer devices on a non-consignment basis and provide for other related matters. And finally, Bill number 2009-3, an ordinance to amend the Downtown Centennial Plan to update the list of uses permitted within the district known as 18B, the Las Vegas Arts District, and to provide for related matters.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Councilwoman Tarkadian for her service on the recommending committee. She's asked to be relieved of that for other responsibilities. So at this time, I'd like to appoint Councilman Steinman to work closely with Councilman Barlow. Will the two of you gentlemen be available on Tuesday, January 20th? Good. Councilman Barlow?
No, Mayor. However, after speaking with Councilwoman Tarkanian, she stated that she loved the recommending committee so much that she would like to take my place once more on the 20th until I return.
That's great. Then I'm going to sign the bills to Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Steinman. We'll be in recess. I don't know. The clerk has worked so hard. We started really this morning before 8 o'clock for all intents and purposes. No, let's say 20 of 2. 20 of 2. It's a short calendar this afternoon. 20 of 2, 1:40. Yes. Yep. We're all set.
So, Gary, these are only for my neighbors. You got to get lost to bring you some goodies.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start our afternoon agenda. The first item, however, I've been requested by Councilman Steinman to recall number 62, and I believe we'll have to rescind the abeyance. At this time, I would move to rescind the abeyance. Please vote on that. Opposed? Okay. No problem. Opposed, please. All right. Motion carries. Thank you. And your motion on 62?
Mr. Mayor, my motion on number 62 is to appoint Michael Buckley to the term that expires in June of 2009, taking my place on Planning Commission.
All right, thank you. That's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations to Michael, to Mr. Buckley. He's a great appointment on the interim basis here. I will call item 73. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Yes, Your Honor, we have item number 89, is a special use permit, 529 applicant, Southern States Sign Company, owner Beirut Faradon, a proposed 40-foot high, 10.5 foot by 36-foot off-premise sign, digital billboard at 591 Northeastern Avenue. The applicant's asked that to be held in advance until our January 21st, 2009 meeting, 2009, and item number 9495 is a special use permit 28287, and site development review 28286. Applicant owner Darrell E. Jackson et al., a proposed two-story, 17,400 square foot building, maintenance, service, and sales facility adjacent to the west side of Martin Luther King Boulevard, approximately 1,450 feet south of Charleston Boulevard. The applicant's asked that to be withdrawn. Are there any other applications at this time we need to look at? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion to bring these items forward, take appropriate action, please.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, we'll need to indicate on those 94 and 95 whether that's with or without prejudice.
Without.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 74 through 79, they're on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda, items 74 through 79?
Yes, Your Honor, with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
If I may ask, was there an issue of the voting on, sorry, never mind.
All right, as I understand it, there's been a request to pull 77, which is this, which one forward? 87 forward, and it's already been taken out of the one motion, one vote, so that's fine. Items 80 through 86 and 88 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered all routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearing items will be opened at one time, and any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from the portion of the agenda. So I'm going to read them all, and then we'll open it up for public hearings. Number 80 is RQR 30447. The applicant is Lamar Outdoor Advertising. The owner of W.H. Bailey Family Trust required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 208 East Sahara Avenue, Ward 3. 81 is RQR 30483. The applicant owner is Valley Bank, required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 3500 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. 82 is RQR 30484. The applicant is Lamar Outdoor Advertising. The owner, Craig 95 LLC, required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 7075 West Craig Road in Ward 4. Number 83 is RQR 30575. The applicant owner is Puppy Playhouse LLC, required review of an approved special use permit for a pet boarding establishment at 3223 North Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 4. Number 84 is RQR 30584. The applicant owner is Fisher Brothers Las Vegas LLC, required review of an approved variance to allow a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign 600 feet from another off-premise sign, where 750 feet is the minimum separation required at 2900 Sirius Avenue in Ward 1. Number 85 is SUP 29017. The applicant owner is Shri Ganesha Inc., request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,312 square foot supper club at 4450 North Tenaya Way in Ward 4. Number 86 is RQR SUP 31303. The applicant is Claudia Beltran. The owner, Nurses Hamidian, request for a special use permit for a proposed bail bond service at 1440 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Number 88 is SUP 31358. The applicant is Sports LLC. The owner is PCB Pensivi LLC, request for a special use permit for a 10,000 square foot commercial recreation amusement indoor gym used with a waiver to allow the business to open at 6 a.m., where 8 a.m. is allowed at 9070 West Cheyenne Avenue in Ward 4. Now, all these items, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, and all these items are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard? on any of those items? Okay. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. May I have a motion then to approve
Mr.
items?
Mayor,
Yes.
before you make the motion, this afternoon, I will be recusing myself from several items as I've voted on them during my tenure on the Planning Commission. All the ones you just read into the record, I will be recusing myself on those for that reason.
Very good, thank you. So may I have a motion then to
Yes.
approve items 80 through 86 and 88, please?
Yes, Your Honor, that'd be my motion with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now I've got to get the next book. Thank you very much. Thanks. Right, where are those folks?
They're not here yet.
Okay.
They're walking.
They were here earlier.
They're walking.
Okay, fine. Okay, 87 is, let's see. '87 is SUP 31305, special use permit. The applicant is Mark Berry. The owner is Centennial Center LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed supper club at 7870 West Tropical Parkway in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Is there anybody here on behalf of the applicant, Mark Berry, or the owner? Why don't you come up, sir? Gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor, while they're coming up, I will obey on this item for the same reason that I've heard it already at Planning Commission.
Very good, thank you.
Javier Barajas, 5737 Hedgeford Court, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, be happy to hear from you, sir, if you'd like to say anything to us.
Mark Berry, 1328 Palatine Hill, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, would you like to be heard? You want to tell us about the restaurant? I'm going to read this. I'm going to read 48 into the record, too, from this morning. Discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of business name and change of ownership from Vallarta's, Inc., doing business as Vallarta's Mexican Restaurant, to J&M United LLC, doing business as Lindo
Michoacán.
Centennial. Thank you. 7870 West Tropical Parkway in Ward 6. So you want to tell us about the restaurant?
Well, everybody knows that it's the best Mexican food in the world, so I think it's going to be a good thing for Las Vegas. You know, now Las Vegas not only have the best Italian and the best French, but also I'm sure we have the best Mexican food of the world in Las Vegas too. So I'm very proud of Lindo, Michoacán, really.
Thank you. What's your specialty?
I'm the original chef and the owner, the original owner of Lindo, Michoacán.
But what's the favorite dish that they make?
Actually, we have like a lot of, like 7 each categories, like beef, chicken. When first I came to Las Vegas 20 years ago, the food in Las Vegas used to be, the Mexican food used to be just burritos, enchiladas, and tacos. But now everybody learned what really Mexican food is, you know. We have a big variety of seafood, steaks, chicken dishes. So, you know.
Very good.
It's not just...
Next time we have our council meeting, you'll cater our lunch, all right?
You bet.
Okay. Very good. Remember that, somebody. Remember to call them, and we're even paying, okay?
Okay.
All right. Ms. Meyer, did you have something you wanted to say?
Mayor, Council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. I just needed to clarify one item on this agenda, the way it was written. We omitted that the temporary approval was for a change of business name, change of ownership for a supper club license. So I just wanted to clarify that on the record. The applicants have met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of either Ms. Meyer or the two gentlemen? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. And we'll ask Councilman Ross for his motion, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brian?
I'm sorry, Mayor, did you read in the licensing portion of this also?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Make sure all the legal stuff's taken care of. The best Mexican food where? In the
In the
country?
world.
In the world.
My kind of guy.
In the world.
Yeah.
In Ward 6 in the Great Northwest, am I right?
Yeah.
I think enough said. With that, Your Honor, I would move to approve agenda item number 48, subject to all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote on that then.
Yeah.
Opposed, please? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
And likewise,
Thank
Your Honor, agenda item 87 would move to follow Planning Commission staff recommendation for approval subject to conditions.
Okay, thank you. That's 48, I believe.
It's 48 and 87.
And 87? No, 87 is the one we just voted on, and then 48 is attached to it.
No. I thought you were voting on 48, so I voted on 48, and I was going to recuse on 87.
Okay, well, we haven't voted. Councilman Ross's motion was on 87, and now we're going to 48.
No,
Because of 48.
Just the opposite?
my first motion was 48. My second motion was 87.
Okay, well, let's do it again, because I was confused.
Okay, move to approve agenda item 48.
Okay, let's vote on that. Opposed? 48.
48.
We're going backwards. Motion carries, and 87 now.
And I move to approve agenda item number 87, subject to all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I'm going to. Okay, we have some special guests with us today. We have Boy Scout Troop 270, and they're attending here in order to earn their badge for citizenship in the community. And there's 7 fellows here, I believe, with their Scoutmaster. If you guys would come up to the mic and tell us your name and where you go to school, we'd sure appreciate it.
I'm Brandon Fisher, and I go to Shadow Ridge.
Welcome.
My name is Austin Tyner. Go to Shadow Ridge, and we're from the Ward 6 in the Great Northwest.
I think somebody schooled you on that one. A little tutoring job on that one. Yes, sir.
My name is Chris Maurer, and I go to Shadow Ridge also.
Good. Welcome to the council meeting.
I'm Quinn Leger, and I go to Arborview.
Very good.
My name is Sebastian, and I go to Shadow Ridge, too.
My name's Tanner Baird, and I go to Arborview, go Ward 6.
Okay, that's very, very good. And how about the Scoutmaster? Could he come up and tell us a little bit about the troop?
Yeah, my name is Jeff Roberts. Our troop is comprised of 9 individuals, and they range from age 14 to 16, the group that we're involved with. And our goal as Scoutmasters is to help them get to become Eagle Scouts. We have 1 Eagle Scout out of the bunch, and we have 4 or 5 ready to turn in projects. So.
That's terrific. That's great.
I'm Fred Tyner, and I just moved here in January from Reno. Love it down here.
It's a great city. And thank you very much, gentlemen, for taking good care of this young man.
Your Honor, this is the future leadership of our country right here. A few of them.
Good fellows. Okay, item number 90 is ROC 29835. By the way, I'm going to quiz you at the end of this, so stick around, okay? This is a review of condition. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is All-Star Automotive, Inc. Request for a review of condition number 2 through 8 of approved rezoning from C2, which is general commercial, to CM, commercial industrial, on 1.09 acres at 2029 to 2041 West Bonanza Road, and this is in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
My name is Sean Barashi, 5605 West Bedora, Suite 180. I believe that some of those conditions were actually approved by Public Works. They were just not inserted into the agenda on time. Mr. Anderson, I spoke to him yesterday or the day before yesterday, and he was supposed to speak about it.
All right, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Bart Anderson, Public Works. I'd like to recommend that the conditions 3 through 8 be deleted and that condition number 2 be modified to read as follows. Prior to the issuance of any permits for construction on this site, other than minor internal tenant improvement type of construction, a site development plan review shall be submitted to and acted upon by City Council. Concurrent with such future development, appropriate right-of-way dedications, street improvements, drainage plans or studies, and traffic mitigation commitments may be required.
Thank you. Is that agreeable?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
If
Yes.
If I may, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, on this one, I'm not Mr. Anderson's condition is correct, but for our records, where we have today's conditions and the previous conditions, I'd just like to clarify that the way it would read is, as proposed, first condition is as proposed, reword condition number 1 to read, delete original conditions 3 through 8. We would retain the proposed condition number 2, and we would add to amend the original condition number 2 as read in by Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, is that agreeable with you?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Gentlemen, is that agreeable with you?
I just missed the last name.
I got a little bit confused.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
not sure. So what you're saying is the parcel...
All the language that Mr. Anderson read remains in place.
Okay. Yeah, we agree.
Okay, very good. Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, I just want to thank Mr. Varashi for working with my staff and I to correct the conditions in which you have requested. I do want to know what type of business you anticipate bringing in. From our previous conversations, you mentioned that there were some individuals that were interested in coming into that location. I just wanted to know if that is confirmed or was that contingent upon this meeting here today. If you can just give me some background information.
Yes, sir. First of all, I want to thank you and Yolanda Idolina. They've done a very good job. Those tenants have walked away because we have abated those meetings a number of times, so we're looking again for tenants. We're talking to a potential storage of cabinets, potential someone that might want to park some moving trucks, but I'll definitely be very happy to call you and let you know who we're talking to. But we'll do everything that comply with the code, with the zoning. But it's very easy to talk to you, and we'll call you or send you or Idolina emails who we talk to and make sure that we get your approval.
I really greatly appreciate that, and it's
Sure.
been a pleasure working with you as well. So,
Thank you.
If you agree to the conditions that have just now been read into the record by our Director of Planning and also Public Works staff, then I would like to move forward to follow staff's recommendation, subject to the conditions that have been read into the record at this time.
Very good. That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Take care.
91 is ROC 31349. It's a review of condition. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is the Housing Authority of the City of Las Vegas. Request a review of condition to delete condition number 18 of an approved site development plan review, which restricted the age of the mobile home to 1995 or newer on 5.40 acres adjacent to the east side of the Interstate 515 freeway, approximately 620 feet south of Stewart Avenue. This is in Ward 3, and the staff recommended denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amparo Gamaso. I represent the Housing Authority of the City of Las Vegas. We're located at 340 North 11th Street, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Very good. Are there any questions of the young lady? All right.
I just need a disclosure, Honor.
Please.
I will still vote, however, I am a City of Las Vegas Housing Authority Commissioner, but we'll still be voting on this item.
All right, thank you. Folks, a public hearing, if anybody would like to be heard.
Mayor, just to
Yes.
kind of tie up with Councilman Ross's disclosure, that's because of in his capacity as a council member, he sits on the Housing Authority Board.
Thank you for
Not in his personal capacity.
adding that to the record. Yes.
Joe Maviglia, 4487 East Lake Mead Boulevard. I am about to undertake a humongous task of rebuilding mobile homes for low-income housing. I have the ear of HUD, and they're considering funding some of this project. One of the issues that I'd like to bring to the attention of this board is when a mobile home is in a park, regardless of its age, it can be sold and dealt with without the interference from manufactured housing. The law allows manufactured housing if a mobile home is moved from one place to another. manufactured housing can come in and stop the operation and control the issue. I have talked to some legislators that are going to try to get that law lifted in the legislature. Today would be a perfect time to approve this venture in regards to the age of a mobile home, especially if it's retrofitted by factory and brought up to code. It would be just like a brand new mobile home, as long as the infrastructure is put together by code, so it makes it practically a brand new mobile home other than the skeleton. I would ask you to pass this reduction and even go a step further and allow all mobile homes, regardless of their age, as long as it's followed the rules of code in retrofitting, so that it is passes code in regards to the usage of that mobile home. And that can be done by changing the plumbing, the electrical, and the water, etc., from galvanized to plastic, with the way that issues are construction in the construction industry. So an old mobile home is as good as a new one if it's retrofitted properly. So I would ask you again to approve this item for the Housing Authority so that they can have an opportunity to put older age mobile homes in their park.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And this is Mayor Pro Tem Maurice.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to make a couple comments. We have an existing park at this location, and at this park, the Housing Authority of Las Vegas owns the park, and they own the spots where the mobile homes are sitting. And what they've done is they bought about 5 acres, and they put in how many more spaces?
51.
51 more spaces. And it's right next to the freeway there, down off Stewart Avenue. The addition is very, very nice. I mean, the park is, to me, the Housing Authority's done a fantastic job in building these extra 51 spaces. The problem is that we put a condition on there that required they put in homes 95, made in 95 or newer. We have found that it's really hard to fill up the 51 spaces with that requirement. Here you can see what it looks like. And it is a beautiful facility, and there are many people that can buy an older mobile home and put it in this location. The conditions that I am going to impose, though, is it has to be able to be approved by the Mobile Home Association standards. And with that, Your Honor, I'll make a motion for approval.
If I may,
Yes.
just read in for the record, what we have is to delete condition number 18 of the Site Development Plan Review 5821 and replace with the language, the Housing Authority of the City of Las Vegas shall ensure all potential tenant mobile homes pass a Housing Authority inspection and receive an installation certificate from the State of Nevada.
Is that okay, dear?
Yeah, we agree.
That's the motion then?
That's it.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, items 92 and 93. 92 is GPA 28283. The applicant owner is Darrell E. Jackson et al. Request to amend the southeast sector of the general plan from DR, Desert Rural Density Residential, and L, Low Density Residential, to SC, Service Commercial, on 1.45 acres adjacent to the west side of Martin L. King Boulevard, approximately 1,450 feet south of Charleston Boulevard, and this application is amended to O, which is office. 93 is ZON 28281. The applicant owner is Darrell E. Jackson et al. Request for zoning from R1, single-family residential, to C1 limited commercial on 1.45 acres adjacent to the west side of Martin L. King Boulevard, approximately 1,450 feet south of Charleston Boulevard. And this application is amended to O. The staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval for each of these items. All of these items are in Ward 5 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. Levy, are you one of the applicants?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to have
Mayor, just for correction, it's Ward 1.
No, 94 and 95 have been withdrawn without prejudice at the request of the applicant. We already we voted on that earlier today.
It's Ward 1, Mayor.
Oh, then I have to amend that. My agenda says Ward 5. I know it's in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. In Ward 1, I'm going to have to abstain because Mr. Levy and myself are partners in the Apex project, and that would disqualify me.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, Council. Liz Sorokak, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. This is a request for a GPA and zone change to office. We have worked very hard with the neighbors in the area and also with the councilwoman to come up with something that is acceptable to the neighborhood and that we feel is appropriate. Just very briefly, the reasons why we feel that this is appropriate for office, and we'll be coming back before you with the site development plan review for an office project. This particular piece of property, although it does have a little bit of frontage on Walden, which is in the Scotch 80s neighborhood, the primary access for this parcel is off of Martin Luther King, which, as you all know, is right across from the entrance to the I-15. We feel that this is an appropriate location for office because of this access, and also that it wouldn't be appropriate for residential, also because of this access. So that's one of the reasons. Secondly, this particular parcel has never had any development on it, unlike some of the other parcels that may have had homes on them before or other structures. This parcel has been vacant for a long amount of time, and we think that an office project would help to develop this parcel and not have vacant land in the city. And then lastly, like I said, we did work with the neighbors, and they are in favor of office, although staff does have to recommend denial. We feel that this would be appropriate for the area, and we respectfully ask your approval. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Are there any questions? This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on these items? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
In December, we had a meeting with the neighbors in the Ellis area, which is what this parcel primarily backs into. And today I had a conversation with the head of the Scotch 80s homeowners group and discussed this moving to office, and we seem to have agreement there with their group, the two groups involved. And I think that looking at the layout of the land, the situation we're in, that this is the best direction in which we could go. And I thank you for all your patience and all that has occurred. So I move for approval of 92, amending the GPA to office.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to add a condition onto the general plan amendment. This application shall be for O office.
What is your name again, please?
Doug Rankin, for the record.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to abstain on both items as I heard this at Planning Commission.
Thank you.
So you're putting that in as a condition. I was moving the motion that way.
We're doing that in order to clarify for our staff when they see it, they'll be able to make sure we get the map correct and get it ordinanced correctly when it comes forward as an ordinance.
I just wanted to know if I didn't say it correctly, if you would tell me so, then we're all right. So that's my motion.
Put it in writing so they can know that it's...
Okay.
You've heard the motion. Cast your vote, please. Please pose. Motion carries. And
The record should reflect abstention on my part.
Item number 93, please.
Move for amending the zoning to office.
And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, add the same condition. This application shall be for O office.
Let that show that that's Mr. Rankin again.
Okay.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote.
I know.
Please post. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Items 96, 97, 98. 96 is GPA 29565. The applicant owner is DeBella Living Trust. Request to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the general plan from O office to SC Service Commercial on .76 acres at the southwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and Payward Drive. 97 is ZON 29566. The applicant owner is DeBella Living Trust. Request for a rezoning from R1 single-family residential and PR professional office and parking to C1 limited commercial on .76 acres at the southwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and Payward Drive. Number 98 is SDR 31595. The applicant owner is DeBella Living Trust. Request for a site development plan review for a 5,105 square foot retail development with waivers of the building placement and orientation standards to allow a 5-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the east perimeter and to allow a 4-foot landscape buffer along the west perimeter where 8 feet is required on .76 acres at the southwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and Payward Drive. The staff recommends denial and the Planning Commission recommends approval for each of these items. All of these items are in Ward 1 and they're public hearings, which I now declare open. I see Mr. DeBella's there. I consider Mr. DeBella a friend of not only myself but of my family. I think I could...
Thank you.
Well, I mean that very seriously. You've been a wonderful neighbor and a very, very good friend, but sometimes you have to ask yourself, what do you need friends for when they're going to disqualify themselves because they're your friend? I really believe, based on my relationship with Mr. DeBella, that I would not say no to him. So on the subjective evaluation, I'm going to have to recuse myself.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may. I, too, have almost a lifelong relationship with Mr. DeBella. Think of him as a mentor in my youth. He was my employer at one time. And just for the record, he doesn't owe me any back wages, and I don't owe him any work.
Valentine's Day, remember?
Yeah, I know. Your Honor,
you better abstain too.
From what you said, I mean, I love the guy, but I'd still tell him no if I had to. Okay. Sorry, Mr. DeBella.
Okay, the applicant's present.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Counsel. David Turner with Bothman and Turner Consulting Engineers, representing the applicant, John DeBella. He's the owner and applicant. The site in question is his current business at the corner of Payhor and Charleston. The three parcels, one of the parcels is currently zoned C1, one of the parcels is zoned R1, and the other one is zoned PR at this time. Mr. DeBella would like to build a new building for himself, and in conjunction with doing that, we need to get it rezoned to C1, which will allow for the retail for his business. We're not going to be encroaching any more into the neighborhood than we already are with his business right now. There's existing C1 to the west of us. There's some C1 to the east of us. Mr. DeBella, in addition to that, owns the two parcels directly behind this, so I don't think this is really going to affect that. The Planning Commission thought this was a good application, and they approved it, and we ask that you do so as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant? Hearing none, this is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
Yes, Marco, did you have any conditions along, did you have any conditions that you would like to read pertaining to this?
No, we have no additional conditions to these related items.
There were some conditions that some of the neighbors had brought up, evidently, and that was about recessed landscaping. If you look in your backup.
Yes, through you, Mayor Pro Tem. I believe those are conditions number 1 and 2, as from the Planning Commission meeting, where those were addressed regarding access to the fire gate along Payhor, and additionally there was a request for twice the density of landscaping along along Payhor to address those concerns.
That's what I just wanted to put them up.
Doug Rankin for the record.
I just wanted to put that on the record, thanks, in the open meeting. And we have had our meetings with the residents. If this fits in well with what's happening along that Charleston corridor, we believe it stops well enough so that it doesn't get into the residential area. And, you know, we've spoken about that. You will have to watch that one area carefully.
Absolutely.
But I move to approve item number 96 as recommended by the Planning Commission.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I will abstain on 96, 97, and 98 for reasons previously stated that I heard this at Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Do we have 4 votes left?
Yes.
All right, we're
Please vote.
fine. Then I move for approval of item number 27, following the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Okay, are there any questions on item number 97? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. And item number 98, please.
And under 98, I move for approval following the recommendation of the Planning Commission, following all conditions, of course, in each of these items.
You've heard the motion. Any questions? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much and happy
Thank
New
you
Year.
very much.
Good luck and Happy New Year to your family.
Thank you. Same to you all. Thank you very
And
much.
Valentine's Day's coming up.
Keep it in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin.
99 and 100. 99 is ZON 29204, a rezoning. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Nevada Power, a request for a rezoning from R1 Single Family Residential to CV Civic on 12.33 acres at the southwest corner of Sahara Avenue and Spencer Road in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 100 is SDR 29203, site development plan review related to ZON 29204, also a public hearing. The applicant owner is Nevada Power. Request for a site development plan review for a utility substation with 13 proposed 150-foot tall transmission line poles on 3.86 acres at the southwest corner of Sahara Avenue and Spencer Street. The application is for transmission line poles ranging in height from 50 feet to 155 feet. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. These are both public hearings which are now declared open.
If I could. If I could, please, I would just like you to explain to the audience, here in the audience watching on TV, and the city council members, this is the property located between Sahara and Charleston, that corridor, but how much are we talking about here today? What's the property that we're talking about here today?
The property that we're talking today is adjacent to Sahara Avenue and in between 17th and Spencer, and includes this parcel that you see here, which is for the proposed substation, and the parcel after that, which extends to St. Louis, which extends to St. Louis.
Yes. And there are 5 homes. Can you point out where the 5 homes are there?
It's actually 4, and they're right there, all the way to the end of that site to right there.
Okay, and I just want to put on the record, Your Honor, I've received quite a few calls from people that live in the area, all the way from St. Louis, east a couple blocks, west a couple blocks, clear over to Charleston, wondering what was going to go on. I tried to explain to them the best I could. This is for a greater need that we have for our power. This is not just for this certain location here. This power line is going to run out Sahara west, and they're going to put in more lines out there in the grid they have already, right?
That is correct. This is actually part of a project that encompasses a larger project, which really brings critical infrastructure to the northern part of the Strip and also downtown Las Vegas for ongoing and future development. So it's really part of a bigger picture and also other projects. That is correct.
Now you go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Edgar Patino with NV Energy, representing the applicant, 6226 West Sahara, and with me I also have Scott Rudy with WRG Design. We respectfully ask for your approval for the zoning and site design review actions before you. The approval, as I mentioned, is going to enable the construction of critical infrastructure that will support the downtown area, and it will also allow for the expansion of a substation, actually an older substation that we have here, and will also allow us to improve the substation with new walls and also new landscaping. I have a couple points to also mention. On the site design review, we were also wanting to respectfully ask for an extension of the time for the permit to 5 years rather than 2 years, which would allow us to better meet the needs of the community and the speed of growth which we have right now. And finally, also, we wanted to make an amendment to the design in that we wanted to add a solid brick wall at that location rather than a gate, and we wanted to make that amendment as well, or request. We do agree with all of the recommendations from the Planning Commission, and we respectfully ask for approval.
Could you go through what you're going to do down there as far as landscaping and
Absolutely. One of the concerns that we received from the Planning Commission was since we were going to remove all of the fencing that was here, we're actually going to add a nice decorative brick wall, but then the concern was that you might have graffiti show up on the walls. And so at the Planning Commission, we made some changes in that we added additional trees, and in between the trees, we added some thorny bushes that would discourage any of the folks that might want to get in there and do some of the graffiti. Another request that was made at the Planning Commission that we agreed to was to add some canned lighting along the perimeter of the substation, which would hopefully also discourage that type of activity.
about the sidewalks?
And as far as the sidewalks go at the Planning Commission, we also agreed to, in lieu of sidewalks that were termed as going to nowhere, we agreed to sidewalks on both sides of the street at St. Louis and also at Oakey. Currently, there are no sidewalks over there, and the point was made that folks traveling throughout there would very much like to have sidewalks in that area.
How high is the block wall going to be, please?
The block wall will be 16 foot right there, and everywhere else it'll be 14 foot. 14 foot is our standard for substations around the city. The reason that it's 16 foot on the two sides that we indicated is just simply because of a change in elevation from our site and that of the neighbors to the east. West, I'm sorry.
What are you going to put on top of the block wall?
On top of the block wall,
Security?
this will be a secure site. There is a security system in place that goes along the top of those bricks, which lets us know if there's anyone trying to climb the walls. It allows our security to then come and patrol the area.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan.
That's all right. When did you rehearse that?
Today.
Okay, it's very good. Okay, anybody want to be heard? Public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Oh, there is somebody? No, I don't think you want to be heard on this. You're waiting for citizens' participation. Right, that's a little later. We'll be with you. Okay.
Okay, Margo, on the rezoning, do we have any changes in conditions?
No, sir, only on item 100.
Okay, I make a motion for approval of item 99 with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on 99, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to abstain on 99 and 100 for reasons previously stated. I've heard this already.
Very good. Thank you.
He's not worth nothing, is he?
Not so far. All right, post, please.
And on 100,
Motion carries.
make a motion to, for approval of this item with those conditions as Margo's going to read.
Thank you. Condition number 1 will be amended to change 2 years to 5 years, and there will be an added condition that the proposed access gate within the 10-foot alleyway along the western perimeter wall adjacent to 17th Street is to be removed and replaced with a solid wall, thereby restricting access to the back of the perimeter wall by means of the wrought iron gate at the north of the site.
Thank you. All right.
Do you agree with those conditions?
We do agree with those additional conditions.
I would make a motion with, for approval of this item with conditions as amended.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post, please. Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you for working on this.
Item 101 is RQR 30432, required review. The applicant owner is DFA LLC et al., required review of an approved special use permit for a rental store with outside storage on 20.53 acres at the northwest corner of Bonanza Road and Clarkway Drive. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Mayor Goodman, excuse me.
Yes.
May I ask this gentleman, Don Ahern is the owner of this property, is he not?
That is correct, Councilman.
Okay. Your Honor, Mr. Ahern was kind enough to allow me to put one of my campaign signs for next spring's municipal election on his building, and I appreciate that, but in consultation with council, they've advised me that I should abstain for that reason.
All right, very good. Mr. Grosbeck, please identify yourself.
Thank you, Your Honor. Happy New Year, by the way.
Thank you.
Robert Grosbeck, 145 East Reno, on behalf of the owner applicant, DFA LLC. This is on for a review, I believe. We understand staff has added an additional condition. We can concur with that condition and would ask for a favorable vote.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Grosbeck? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. And please tell Don I said Happy New Year.
I will. Thank you.
I haven't had a chance to speak to him this year as of yet, but I am very familiar with the development bonanza, and I understand that times are tough out there, and so for that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation. Margot or Bart, do you all have any additional comments for the record? If not, then I will move forward to follow the direction of staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote on that, please.
And Mr. Mayor, I will abstain on this one for reasons previously stated.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Your Honor, if I may, Councilman Steinman, congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you. 102 is RQR 30442, required review. The applicant owner is Jan H. Jung. Required review of a variance to allow 7 parking spaces where 13 parking spaces are the minimum required on .19 acres at 505 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Young Jong. I'm owner of Sonya's Pain Clinic, 505 South Decatur Boulevard.
Stephen Starks, the business broker that helped him buy the purchase of building and fix it up, and at 5255 South Durango.
Thank you. Be happy to hear from you, gentlemen.
Okay. Originally, in our last meeting, his handicap parking space was in the front of the building, and it was recommended to put it in the back of the building. So he moved it to the back because the reason they wanted it moved back was that it was more than a 2% slope. So he actually did that, just finished yesterday painting, and it's now in the back. That's been, we think that's probably a better picture there. And the other item that was on the last meeting was his, he had an existing sign on the building, and when he bought the building, it was existing with the building, but it wasn't permitted. So now he's applied for the permit and received this permit for the building, so I think he's met all the requirements.
Thank you. Are there any questions of either of the gentlemen? Folks, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman?
I'll move for approval of this item and just watch the signs.
All right, let's vote on that, please.
If I may,
Yes.
we can delete conditions 1 and 2, please.
All right, is that agreeable, gentlemen?
What's that?
The deletion of conditions 1 and 2, is that agreeable with you?
Right.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please.
Mr. Mayor, I will abstain because I've already heard this matter.
Thank you. Opposed, please? Motion carries.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck to you. 103 is SUP 31153, a special use permit. The applicant owner is Lawrence Murray. Request for special use permit for a group residential care facility, 10 persons maximum, with a waiver to allow a 1,130-foot distance separation from another group residential care facility where 1,500 feet is required at 2080 LaSalle Street in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Thank you, the council, for this opportunity to stand before you today. We refer to our project as Living Word Ministry Senior Manor, and what we have done, we've set out to provide project that...
Could you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, I'm Pastor Murray, Pastor Lawrence Murray, pastor of the Living Word Ministry Church of God in Christ.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've set out to provide a project that not only we could be proud of in our neighborhood, but as the neighbors could be proud of it as well. And to expand on that, we wanted to present it in such a way that even Ward 5 would be proud of it. I'd like to express my appreciation to Councilman Barlow for his diligence in Ward 5. Proud to be residents in that ward. The purpose is to of the facility is to provide a comfortable living for senior citizens. We are here to request approval for a use permit. Well, in short, I would just like to say in my conclusion, I would appreciate your approval of this project. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of the pastor? Folks, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. I'll turn to Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Pastor Murray. This is a true testament as to what can happen when you work with residents in the community in respect to the development that you bring into the area. I do have a question in the sense of wanting to put on the record as far as the residents that will be residing at this location for those that were interested and pose questions. As far as who will be living within the
Yes, this facility
on the property.
is especially were established for senior citizens over the age of 55 years old.
Right. And understanding that with the number of housing units that are not available for those 55 and older, this is an amenity that most definitely the community is in need of. And so
Yes.
I thank you for that, and thank you for working with the residents in the community as it relates to your development coming in. So with that, I would like to move for approval of this item, subject to all conditions, and good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Let's vote on that, please. Post?
Mr. Mayor, I will abstain on this one also.
Very good. Post, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. 104 is SUP 31421, special use permit. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Upper Crust Pizza. The owner is Durango Structure LLC. Request for special use permit for a proposed 1,787 square foot beer, wine cooler on sale establishment at 6440 North Durango Drive. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. Mr. Clapsaddle.
Dave Clapsaddle, GC Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive in Henderson. With me today is Dina Bruchetta, owner of Upper Crust Pizza. We've reviewed all the conditions, appreciate the recommendation of approval, respectfully ask you to do the same.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Dina Bucetta, and the owner of Upper Crust Pizza, along with my sister. And we're looking forward to doing business in the Centennial Hills area.
There was a time in this community that the Upper Crust Pizza was the subject of a great deal of FBI surveillance. Those were interesting days, different than today. You didn't by any...
It wasn't us.
Okay, that's what I meant. Because I was about to ask the marshal to incarcerate you. Okay. Any questions? Anybody want to be heard at the public hearing? All right, seeing that, we'll close the public hearing. Then, Councilman Ross.
Mr. Mayor, this is my last abstention of the...
Well, you've been virtually worthless today.
I know. Why did I come down?
That is an absolutely great location, Your Honor and council members. You have a chance, get out there and take advantage of that. Are you you're one of the first tenants in there? I think 7-Eleven's the first tenant in there. and
Yes.
You're the second
Dunkin'
tenant.
Donuts and
Yeah.
now us.
I'm very excited. That's a wonderful project. And Mr. Clapsaddle, you're doing a great job, and would move to approve, subject to all conditions.
If I may, Mayor and Councilman,
Yes.
we need to put a condition change on number 2 to indicate that the approval is void within 2 years unless a building permit or business license obtained, and that's just a clarification. And then there was a question on hours.
What are the hours, Mr. Clapp? What hours are you looking for?
Usually open.
We open from 11 to 9 o'clock
Till
at
9?
night.
Okay. I think let the record reflect that. Let that be conditional and as amended as the director has
So
indicated.
11 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
Correct.
Is that 7 days a week?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my motion, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you. And I hope this is
Thank you.
real pizza, not the fancy stuff.
No, this is real pizza from my father makes it from Boston. Ships
Now
it
we're
out to us.
talking.
Listen to that
Where in
accent.
Boston?
East Boston.
Is that right?
Mhm.
Well, we'll send the former Councilman Brown back there.
Okay, awesome.
You can invite her down here, bring her pizza down here for some
I can't afford Mexican food and pizza.
I like pizza better than that.
Okay, we'll make arrangements.
You'll enjoy it if you come up.
Thank you.
Have a
Good
slice.
luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, 105, Ms. Bridges, please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. You're welcome. And this is the time for council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Would anybody on the council like to be heard today? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for those in the audience that are left and those that are watching at home, and any of the other council members, I have a very important appointment coming up after next month. We each have an appointment to the library board, and I think the library board is one of the most important boards that somebody could serve on. The person that has been representing Ward 3 is getting ready to be term limited out, and so I'm really looking for somebody that has a desire and has the heart to go out and spend evenings away from their families to do something that benefits many, many people throughout the Clark County area. With that, I'm asking for names. I'm asking for people that would like to serve to call me at 229-6405 and send me a resume or whatever, because I would certainly like to talk to them and interview them for this appointment.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ross.
Thank you. And since we're talking about libraries, Mayor Pro Tem, I'd just like to let our audience know at home and in the audience here with us today that the Great Centennial Hills Library will be having its grand opening this Saturday at 11 o'clock. I look forward to seeing all the folks out there. Of course, it's right next to the 98,000 square foot Centennial Hills Community Center, so I'm looking forward to that. Your Honor, as you recall, we broke ground there.
I'll be there.
We mentioned the library also being built. It's a fabulous facility, and I invite everybody at home to come on down.
Thank you. It's terrific. It's outstanding. All right, anybody else like to be heard? Councilor Wilson.
Mayor Goodman, thank you. As our viewers know, every month we nominate somebody for Citizen of the Month, and Ward 2's nomination is for February of this year, and we have a lot of great constituents in Ward 2, but there's a lot of people out there that do good things that I don't know about because it doesn't come to my attention. So I'd like to invite anybody that is aware of a Ward 2 resident that would qualify to be nominated for Citizen of the Month to notify my office. Contact Audrey Dodge at 229-2420 because I'd like to hear from Ward 2 residents about somebody they think would be a great nominee for Citizen of the Month from Ward 2.
Very good. Is there a deadline on that?
January 26th is when I have to submit it, so I'd like to hear in the next couple of weeks.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard today?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilor Barlow.
Yes. First and foremost, I would like to say Happy New Year's to all of the fabulous citizens from the city of Las Vegas, and in particular those from fabulous Ward 5. We have built my e-newsletter, and I'm encouraging all of Ward 5 citizens who have an email address to please forward me your email so that you may be added to my email listserv to stay informed of all of my calendar of events and activities that are going on for 2009. And I may be reached at rbarlow@lasvegasnevada.gov, or feel free to contact my office at 229-6405. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I got to make one more comment.
Certainly.
You know, we really miss Larry Brown, but this Mr. Steinman that we've had here today, I don't know what we had to wake him up to abstain.
Let's put it this way. They used to call President Reagan the great communicator. He's a great abstainer. Okay, that will stay with you forever.
I think
You're going to get another meeting of it soon, too.
I think he abstained more times in one meeting than I've done in 4.5 years.
The most conflicted new council person in the history of Las Vegas.
Can we revoke this appointment? I mean, like you said.
Well, he knew how to rescind, so you're right. You're right. Okay, thank you. Okay, folks, this is time for citizens' participation. Citizens' participation must be limited to that portion of matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. So No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you'd like to be heard, please give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on. It's been a long, long day.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I agree with you. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year to you, Ms.
Welcome
Barnes.
to the new council member. I will miss the old ones, as I'm list of all the old ones that have gone on before Councilman Brown. But I'm still experiencing a problem with the people on Nellis Air Force Base. Like I say before, I would appreciate them to have someone out there monitor, and the police, I know they've been going out on Nellis talking with this woman, because Ms. Gwendolyn Mabry didn't understand the usage of my distress signal has brought much disgrace and shame, and I am to blame for what she used it for until it's out of my name. And she may not understand doing all those favors has cost me, not just my health. And I want to make this short. I fell asleep on the 106 bus going out to the Fiesta last night. That's where I spent New Year's Eve playing bingo. And the driver may not understand how frustrated I am with this situation. I didn't mean to fall asleep, but I got the flu. I brought in the new year and getting caught the flu, being out in the night air. And I went to the doctor a couple of days ago and got all these 4 different prescriptions. And it said, I asked the doctor, I said, can you give me something that won't make me drowsy, because the medicine I'm taking for my knee makes me drowsy enough. And he said, no, this is all I can give you. 2 different type antibiotics and an inhaler and cough syrup. So I did try to explain to the bus driver I had taken some medication, and she insisted on saying I'm falling asleep on her bus, like purposely, till it led to, she called the police, and they said, well, you're 86 off the bus for 24 hours, and the police gave me a little card. And I said, well, I can't ride the bus. Maybe you can provide me with some money for a cab, because I really get tired of being lied on the bus. I've been to RTC. I've been over on Grand Central Station before, how people ride the bus and lie so the people on Nellis can plan for me on the program. It blocks me from getting the truth in so they can turn my name over so I can take full responsibility for what people are issuing in my name and using me for, that distress signal that's issued from military intelligence. My name should have been turned over a long time ago. I did explain in a previous meeting I was not supposed to be left behind when they started such programs. They have not told enough truth to turn my name over safely, and things have happened to my family because they was calling Shreveport getting my daughter's permission to do favors, and my family don't understand how dangerous that is. And I've asked, because I don't know how to go out on Nellis. The police sent me out there. I try to explain to the military police that this thing is continuing so I can deal with these people one-on-one. And I do understand a lot of people have traveled in here from my hometown, including my 2 ex-husbands and their family, and they have made this mess. I'm not blaming Las Vegas completely, but when people come here from other cities, they need to check their ID card and tell them, she's taking residence here. Maybe y'all do that back in Shreveport, but we don't do that here. We don't hurt people like this. You all got to take that up with her, or y'all can come on this military base and make this kind of mess. Because they made a mess down there. That's why I left there.
Okay, I'm going to cut
Yeah.
you short
All right.
now.
God bless you.
But-
I hope everybody have a successful and blessed and happy New Year.
We hope that you have a blessed year.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, the RTC is meeting at 9 o'clock over the county
Yeah.
building. If you want to go there and talk
Okay.
about your experience on the bus, it may be a good thing for you to
Sure.
let them hear that.
Where's the county building?
The county building, the administration building, it's down on Bonneville, on the other side of Main Street.
You have the exact address?
I think it's 500 Grand Central Parkway.
Oh, it is in that transportation building.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
No, no.
What time?
No,
What time?
not in the transportation building, in the county commission, the county administration building.
Okay.
It's right next door to the transportation.
At what time?
The meeting starts at 9 o'clock, and citizens participation, I think with the agenda, will probably be about 9:30, 9:45.
Okay, I'll
Okay.
try to be there. Thank
Okay,
you.
fine. Okay, anybody else like to be heard? Yes, sir. If you don't mind, would you take your hat off?
Oh,
please?
sure,
Thanks.
yes.
Thanks. And give us your name, please.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council and the Mayor. My name is Derek Jones. I come here to address City Council today in regards to something I read from the December 17th issue of the Las Vegas Sun, in which you, oh, by the way, I just want to congratulate Mr. Steinman on his appointment for City Council, being from my hometown of Columbus, Ohio. where there's emphasis on diversity in education and science and industry, et cetera. But I'll come here to address the issue in the Las Vegas Sun, where the city council brought up concerns about recycling in one container. Since I've been in Las Vegas, as you know, moving out here from Maryland, being a culinarian and et cetera, and just kind of broadening my experience in Las Vegas, I've encountered the recycling agendas here. And I set appointments with various major casinos for their stage excessive use equipment. Nonetheless, it has graduated to the state where, it's become an issue related to public safety. I wouldn't necessarily call it a anti-litter program, but I'm more or less looking at it to look for ways to increase and to promote revenue for the city, perhaps. So, working with the UNLV Recycling Center and in my own experience, I would just like to say that in terms of like recycling in one container, I was trying to think of like a universal way for the city to be able to do that within such a means to create awareness, because you can't not create revenue with something without any depository laws, and we do not have them here. However, there are distributors such as Nevada Recycling, as maybe one idea, that can distribute glass, aluminum, plastic, etc., and sort those things, and could generate revenue and awareness for the city and make it, it'll be almost second nature until depository laws are passed in the state of Nevada. And I'm thinking that because the casinos go through, and not just the casinos, but a lot of smaller outlet gaming facilities go through a lot of glass bottles. And in terms of recycling, I think, with the waste, with the water in the city, being substandard from what I hear, I think it could, have an effect on emissions and the waste stream. Like New Jersey, for example, 38%, which is another gaming state, 38% of their waste stream has been reduced as a result of recycling.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut you short, but I'm going to make this suggestion to you.
Okay.
We can't take any action. The city doesn't do its own servicing, as is often the case in other cities.
Okay.
We deal on a franchise agreement with Republic
Public Services.
So why don't you give them a call and share your information with them, and maybe you can accomplish something.
Okay. Well, I just thought I'd plant the seed and
we appreciate it. We appreciate you coming down.
I appreciate it.
We appreciate it.
I'd just like to add, they are starting single stream recycling. They are doing that now in certain areas. Republic is. Okay. My position was, is perhaps like in, with the public works, because there is, from my understanding with my conversation with the Japanese representative, where there is literally no land for them to recycle, whereas in Las Vegas you do not have a landfill problem. But at the same time, there are a lot of communities in which you can have like a container, you can paint it white, bore a hole in it, and people can recycle in different places and have like a perforated universal container in which it goes to a facility for distribution.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Anybody else like to be heard? Yes, you.
Joe Maviglia, 4487 East Lake Mead, Space 30. I'm here on behalf of a constituent by the name of Tom McGowan in mentioning his passing. I left a message at your office that you might consider some kind of recognition for that gentleman. He was steadfast on bringing issues before this council. I don't think there's a man alive that had the ability of linguistics that man had. every effort that he put forward was sincere and motivated by trying to help others. And I think him being recognized would be
We did that.
a befitting thing.
We did that this morning.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
I wasn't here.
It was one of the first things we did.
Okay, and I thank you very kindly for that, and I'm sorry I missed it. Had I known, I would have been here to be part of it. And thank you.
Thank you for coming down for that. All right, anybody else? Yes, sir.
My name is Dennis Doughty, Las Vegas resident. 2 weeks ago, you had a question answer with local high school students. You was on there answering the questions, and the councilwoman was there, Tarkanian. One student stood up, asked a question, why was it that the city council could find $250 million to build a new city hall and cut funding for education? Thought it was a good question. Mayor, you gave him the politically correct answer.
Give him the truth.
Yeah. And he went back and sat down.
Right, give him the truth. That's what you do.
Yeah. What I can't understand is why a city hall project is put on a fast track and a lot of other things take longer. The Federation Construction Union, the Southern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council. The building trades are led by Councilman Steve Ross, Ward 6, and strong supporter of the new City Hall project. Nevada is ranked 48th in education. Something has to be done. If I was on the council, it would be my number one priority. Now, I know that me by myself coming up here today won't do much. But everybody watching this on TV, and you feel the same, that 48 out of 50 in education is upsetting, embarrassing, and something should be done. They had an article in the newspaper, and I think that everybody that has the same belief that I do should call the newspaper. The reporter's name is Jay Patrick. Telephone number 259-8814. I think the City Hall should be voted on by the public.
Thanks. Anybody else want to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll adjourn the meeting. Happy New Year, everybody. One of these guys who waves something up.